Yeah, let's get this one, man. Oh, Bronze, I'm so happy for you. Couldn't wait for me to fall so you could do what you do. But now I'm back on my feet so you can come get more. Just know I know. Just know I know. I didn't fall off no turn-up truck. Let's go. Yeah, who were we to escape Williamshire boy? Betrayed by his boys, crucified and more. So I accept that, kinda expect that. Twirl around in circles trying to get this knife out my back. I got it, on to the next step. And that's stopping the bleed instead of being wretched. Oh, how the Father stitches you up. Loving every minute of it when he picking you up. He let me know I do the right thing. Cause when the time came, I stepped to the scriptures embedded in my mind, man. It feel better than rap. The aftermath of the tip of the tab that probably sent me to the trash. See, that's what this Bible is for. It's easy to be a soldier when it ain't no war. But when that heat turn up, you gon' either burn up or reply what you know. That's when you learned up. What I say unto you, pray for those that despitefully use you, curse you, hate you, and persecute you. Love your enemy. If you only love those that love you, you would know different from those not in truth. We gotta learn how to always keep cool. Love your enemy. They know not what they do. Man, that's a curse from the Father when they not being moved. Heart, and like the Pharaoh when they about to get you. But you done sidestepped that snare cause you knew. Oh, but the blessing, ask yourself a question. If that's all Satan had to do, would he need another weapon? He's sending one of his minions right to you. Until we need you to slip, and that's like oil on the floor when your peace disturbed. And you speaking absurd. Colossians 3 and 8, now you preaching the word. Precept Ephesians 4 and 31, you heard. Better tape it up in the box, leave it on the curb. Give it all to the Most High and he will commend you. I'm speaking from experience, he'll rise and defend you. But he quick to stand back and fold his arms. When you trying to defend yourself, he let you suffer that harm, Amar. What I say unto you, pray for those that despitefully use you, curse you, hate you, and persecute you. Love your enemy. If you only love those that love you, you would know different from those not in truth. We gotta learn how to always keep cool. Love your enemy. This brother that lost his mind. I know you gotta be like, man, this brother that lost his mind. He talking about loving my enemies. I hate my enemies. I hope they all die. You know what though? If you want to get into this kingdom, you're gonna do it. We have to. We gotta clean our act up. We gotta clean our heart up. We gotta fix everything. We gotta be fit for this kingdom when it comes, or else we ain't making it. You really do gotta love your enemies. I remember when they was killing Christ and he prayed for them. That's the persona that we gotta adopt, or we ain't making straight up. We gotta forgive these brothers their debts and trespasses just like we want the Most High to forgive all. Trust me, I was one of the worst. I was one of the worst people out here. I used to do some crazy stuff to people to get even, man. My sorcery sign, you know, people ask me what my sign is. I tell them, they be like, oh no, those that know about it, but not anymore. You know, my heart is at peace. You know, I love everybody. I want everybody to see the kingdom. You know what I mean? All love in, all hate out. Barunity. What I say unto you, pray for those that despitefully use you, curse you, hate you, and persecute you. Love your enemy. If you only love those that love you, you would know different from those not in truth. We gotta learn how to always keep cool. Love your enemy. Yeah, let's get this one, man. Oh, Bronze, I'm so happy for you. Couldn't wait for me to fall so you could do what you do. But now I'm back on my feet so you can come get more. Just know I know. Just know I know. I didn't fall off no turn-up truck. Let's go. Yeah, who were we to escape Williamshire boy? Betrayed by his boys, crucified and more. So I accept that, kinda expect that. Twirl around in circles trying to get this knife out my back. I got it, on to the next step. And that's stopping the bleed instead of being wretched. Oh, how the Father stitches you up. Loving every minute of it when he picking you up. He let me know I do the right thing. Cause when the time came, I stepped to the scriptures embedded in my mind, man. It feel better than rap. The aftermath of the tip of the tab that probably sent me to the trash. See, that's what this Bible is for. It's easy to be a soldier when it ain't no war. But when that heat turn up, you gon' either burn up or reply what you know. That's when you learned up. What I say unto you, pray for those that despitefully use you, curse you, hate you, and persecute you. Love your enemy. If you only love those that love you, you would know different from those not in truth. We gotta learn how to always keep cool. Love your enemy. They know not what they do. Man, that's a curse from the Father when they not being moved. Heart and like the Pharaoh when they about to get you. But you done sidestepped that snare cause you knew over the blessing. Ask yourself the question, if that's all Satan had to do, would he need another weapon? He's sending one of his minions right to your front door. We need you to slip, and that's like oil on the floor when your peace disturbed. And you speaking absurd. Colossians 3:8, now you preaching the word. Precept Ephesians 4:31, you heard. Better tape it up in the box, leave it on the curb. Give it all to the Most High and he will commend you. I'm speaking from experience, he'll rise and defend you. But he quick to stand back and fold his arms. When you trying to defend yourself, he let you suffer that harm, Mom. What I say unto you, pray for those that despitefully use you, curse you, hate you, and persecute you. Love your enemy. If you only love those that love you, you would know different from those not in truth. We gotta learn how to always keep cool. Love your enemy. This brother that lost his mind. I know you gotta be like, man, this brother that lost his mind. He talking about loving my enemies. I hate my enemies. I hope they all die. You know what though? If you want to get into this kingdom, you're gonna do it. We have to. We gotta clean our act up. We gotta clean our heart up. We gotta fix everything. We gotta be fit for this kingdom when it comes, or else we ain't making it. You really do gotta love your enemies. I remember when they was killing Christ and he prayed for them. That's the persona that we gotta adopt, or we ain't making straight up. We gotta forgive these brothers they debts and trespasses, just like we want the Most High to forgive all. Trust me, I was one of the worst. I was one of the worst people out here. I used to do some crazy stuff to people to get even, man. My sorcery sign, you know, people ask me what my sign is. I tell them, they be like, oh no, those that know about it, but not anymore. You know, my heart is at peace. You know, I love everybody. I want everybody to see the kingdom. You know what I mean? All love in, all hate out. Unity. What I say unto you, pray for those that despitefully use you, curse you, hate you, and persecute you. Love your enemy. If you only love those that love you, you would know different from those not in truth. We gotta learn how to always keep cool. Love your enemy. Dedicated unto the entire 12-tribe chart from the heart. Sincerely, despite your shortcomings and your flaws, I still see the greatness in you. Nah. It's easy to. I see why he chose you. I don't care who you are. Yeah, you too, all y'all. It's easy to say I love you. If you heard the Father when he called you, then you are family. Don't want to wish no bad on you. And I pray the Father comfort you. Oh, I love you. I don't wish no bad on you. Don't wanna wish no bad. I don't wanna wish no bad. I don't wanna wish no bad. Wanna wish no bad. I don't wanna wish no bad. I wanna wish no bad. Wanna wish no bad. I don't wanna wish no bad. I don't wanna wish no bad. Wanna wish no bad. I don't wanna wish no bad. I don't wanna wish no bad. Wanna wish no bad. Nah, I don't wanna wish no bad on you. I ain't got no feelings like that for you. Wanna see your happy in a serene peace. Growing in the spirit of tranquility. Cause that's what the Father grant to us that love him. And all that sitting holding grudges really ain't about nothing. Cause none of us is perfect. That's what you say. Then you contradict yourself cause that's the reason you hate. Cause somebody can't. Cause somebody can't see what you see and disagree. Now we gotta be patient. Grow at our own paces. Right? Oh man, you guys are such hypocrites, man. Right? Oh, I'm not better than anybody. And then you mad at people for not knowing what you know.
And then you throw that attitude on me and act like it's mine. And act like I have spoken words. Like, oh, if you don't want to stop eating that meat, then you're filth. Right? I ain't told nobody that. I'm educating y'all on what you are doing and what you are putting in your mouth, and how the Most High has always had a problem with it. He has always had a problem with it. Right? And you don't think he has. Why? Because they wrote it in a book. Right? It's totally impossible for somebody, for the scribes, for the Jeremiah 8 and 8 to do what they said was done to the book. Jeremiah 8 and 8 told you blatantly that that is not the infallible word of God. It's not. And what kind of silly person are you to believe that this book has survived since back in them days till today, and it's the infallible word of God untouched? Okay? I was one who believed that too until I died. Okay? And then I had to find the holes that was poked in this story, right? If I was safe by that diet, then why did this happen to me? And I had to figure that out because I did die. You understand what I'm saying? And if your heart wasn't so cold, that would mean something to you. Man, we have a brother who passed away twice in one night and came back. We have a brother like this. Let me try to tap in and see if I could at least try to hear some of what he's saying, what he saw, what happened, right? But you so cold-hearted, you got that piece of stone in your chest that's supposed to be a heart, but it's just a cold stone, and you have no feelings. You are a cold-blooded, a reptile, okay? And that's what you are. And that's why it's so easy for you to lick your lips and eat this dead animal and go against everybody who has something to say about it. Right? You don't care about Paul. You don't care about what Paul is talking about. Paul affords you to be able to live the life that you live. Paul didn't care about nobody. That's why he alone was able to tell you, man, don't let nobody tell you what to eat. Don't let nobody tell you nothing about a Sabbath day. Don't let nobody tell you nothing about what you're drinking. Don't let nobody tell you about who you're laying down with, right? So the Sodomites looked at that and said, well, you love who you love, right? Ain't no damper on sin. That's why you're looking at the world that you're looking at. You guys think you can control sin, and you can't. You lay down with who you want to lay down with. So the Sodomites say, I could lay down with who I want to lay down with. And guess what? I'm going to snatch up your son and daughter to do it. It ain't cute then, huh? You got a problem with laying down with who you want to lay down with now, right? You see that? Yeah, it's cool to eat this flesh until you find out it's a person, right? Oh, they're eating humans. Oh, I didn't want to eat no human. Oh, you just wanted to eat animals, huh? It's wrong. It's wrong. That's your proof right there that it's wrong. Because you can't control sin. You can't let it in at a 1 or a 2 and control whether it or not it gets to a 9 and a 10. You can't do that. You open them floodgates, the Father gonna help you kick them joints wide open. And that's what's happening with sin. You can't control it, and you think you can, and you can't. Straight up and down. So don't be looking at me no kind of way because I understand this. I'm just one who understands it. That's all. But let's play this video for y'all. Let me know if y'all could hear this. Can y'all hear that? Now he finna do a whole bunch of conjecture and projection. Okay? Things that are only true in his own mind. Nowhere else. Nowhere else is this stuff true. He didn't check in. He didn't ask anybody about none of this stuff or nothing. He formed it in his own mind and he went. And he went with it. Much like Paul. You got to understand that all of this is hidden in the character of Paul, fam. And that's why they do this, because they follow him. Con? Can y'all hear that? Somebody let me know if you could hear this. I know you could have. He sounded like we had a conversation about this or something. We didn't have no conversation about that. We wasn't homies. We wasn't chopping it up. You ran off from the church. You went and did your thing. We wasn't talking. Okay? Come on, bruh. Defended me. When did I ask you to defend me? When did I need defending? When did I need any of this? When did I ask anybody defend me up? You know? What is you talking about, dude? You told me what? What are you talking about, man? You told me what was going to happen. You was going off on everybody who was a part of the church. Nobody worried about what you was talking about. You was doing all of that on your own. And this was what, 2017? And you still doing it today? And this is what, 2026? The end of it. It's August now. 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, dang, 25, dang, 26, 9 years? Man, go get you a life, dude. You still talking about that? I left them in what, 2025? I barely even mention these dudes now. I moved on. Nobody hanging around stuck on them and what happened, whatever happened. Right? Man, you can't breathe without talking about these dudes. Okay? Now that's somebody with something to prove. 9 years later, you still talking about it? You still mad at that organization? Bruh, come on, man. Like Boosie say, come on, man. Come on, man. Get you a life, man. Get into something else. Get something else going, bro. Right? And you know, I'm not about to jump in front of this camera and just dog you out how you tried to did me. Right? I'm going to get up here and I'm going to still be courteous of you that you still got to go on living. Okay? I don't want you to go slit your wrist nowhere because I care about you. Okay? I care about your feelings being hurt. I want you flying through the sky happy. Okay? Understand that, man. I'm not going to dog you out. And that's why these cats be coming for me, because they know how I am and they know my style. Okay? And they know that I'm going to be gentle with them even if I got to be rough. You know, that's why they get in front of these cameras and talk crazy, because they knew I've been a Nazarene. And Nazarenes don't war. We don't do that, man. We don't war. We don't go to war. We're against war. We're against all bloodshed. We're against, right? Anybody being hurt anyway, shape or form. Right? It's a lifestyle. It's a way that we are. Right? Oh man, I'm a Nazarene. You ever heard of a Nazarene? I'm a Nazarene to my core. Okay? Nobody's gonna get hurt when you're dealing with a Nazarene. You know why? Because a Nazarene does no ill to his neighbor. Okay? Christ wasn't no prophet to us. Okay? We was already living that way. Christ came out of the Nazarenes, okay? So everything about Christ we were already doing, okay? It wasn't strange to us when he said, turn your other cheek. Nah, that's you Israelites took that offensive. Not no Nazarene, okay? When he said turn the other cheek, when he got up there bleeding on that cross and said, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do, okay? That's a Nazarene slogan, okay? We're going to go deeper into that one day. Nazarene slogans, ways of living. It's a mindset. And guess what? Christ was born into that and raised up in that, fam. He came from a whole corner of people who felt like that, man, and raised him like that. Okay? And that's what the Most High and Christ are saying that you better become. Okay? Because everybody else, they seem to want to get down where they get mad at and they out to hurt you and they don't care about your feelings and they want to see you draw blood and they want to see your feelings hurt till you go lay down in a ditch and just cry from the pain of your heart. Okay? And not check on you. Okay? That's the rest of the world. A Nazarene won't do you like that. A Nazarene will go get down in that ditch with you and pick you up out of there and take you to get something to eat, right? And do something to make you feel better. You want something to drink? What you need? You got, I got some of this in the cupboard. I got some of that. Give up your stuff. Just because I know it's going to make you feel better, I'll go without. That's Nazarene stuff, okay? And now they can't put they thumbtack on it. They can't put they thumbtack on that because they're not tying together. They don't know what a Nazarene is or an Essene or the Ebionite. They don't know what these things are, fam. So that's why they talk about me and they talk about us who are on this mission, and they don't understand us, man. You know? But let's listen to some more of this horrible video, man. Listen. And I learned, no. It all happened. And I learned, or did I have a near-death experience, okay, where I went up under directly, physically up under the guidance of the Most High and got my assignment, okay, how to shut the world down, how to end this thing, okay? I went and got revelation and assignment and purpose and all of that, okay? But you see, they like to skip over that. They don't want to talk about that. And they want to keep living as if I didn't come back and say what I said. They can't accept that. But they accept it from Paul, right? And we're going to get into that. I drew that out. We're going to get into that. Talking about sticking to the script, huh? Yeah, okay. We're going to talk about the script, okay? Going on. I got spun out. I'm not teaching that you can't eat meat. The Most High has always said we can't eat meat. We're not supposed to be eating it. Right? What else he say? Where that's at, y'all? Where'd I say we was filth at? Where'd I say you was filth if you eating meat? Go get that. So see, that's pure projection right there. He know that everybody knows that vegans who are not wise, they feel like that and they say things like that. So that's pure projection. He's just going to throw that on my back like that and paint the picture for these people who never heard me say nothing like that. But once they hear him say this, they're going to believe that I have said that. Right? Well, I asked y'all, could you hear? It's all good. Let me go in here. I'll go in here and I'll start the video over. I'll share my screen, right? Yeah, that's why I was asking, sis. Okay, but it's a short video. Let's work our way up there. Listen.
Not exposing his church when he knew I could have. What was going to happen? And it all happened. And he learned. And now he got spun out. And now he's teaching you can't eat meat. Now he's teaching that if you eat meat, that you're filth.
A straight liar, y'all. Straight lied on me. Put the projection of all vegans on me, right? And said that I'm out here teaching that you're filth. I would never teach my people that you're filth. I would never do that. But see, that's what he has to do. He has to build up, right? This is how he has to steal his brownie points with you against me. He has to tell a lie, right? he can't prove nowhere that I called anybody filth. The whole person now, not your diet, not okay, the whole person. Okay? Like I'm so stupid that I don't know that once I call you filth, it's over and it's done. You'll never listen to me. You'll never change your way. You'll never open up your ear wide enough to hear anything I'm saying. I would never do that, fam. Okay? So he lied there. Listen.
Now that he's teaching that if you eat meat, that you're so full of anger and cortisol and hate that you can't function in the spirit, that the Lord's not with you.
Okay, so this right here that he's doing, this is full of the Lord.
Eat meat, that you're so full of anger and cortisol and hate that you can't function in the spirit.
I did not say that. That's science. Okay? That, my people, is science. So let's go to the page. Right? Let me let you look at what I'm looking at. I love this, y'all. I could do this all day. I'm so glad these guys opened up their mouth on me, because now I get to tell the truth. Right? Because these conversations would not come up unless you get a guy like this who says something like this. One of them will step out and speak their mind, and you could just check them, right? So if you can see that, cortisol is scientific. Check it out. Cortisol is a hormone in the class of stress hormones. It is known as hydrocortisone. Okay, that's another name they call it. It is of the adrenal cortex. Okay, adrenaline, y'all. Your adrenal glands spit out your adrenaline, right? So when you see somebody antsy, their stress hormones done release cortisol into their blood. I've spoken about this before, right? If everything on my right side here just boom blows up, my natural instinct is going to be get out of here, right? So spontaneous with the explosion, my butt will lift up off this couch and I'll be halfway to the door immediately, right? That's my fight or flight. Okay, either I'm gonna get down or I'm gonna try to find my way out of harm's way, right? That's adrenaline that makes you do that. You don't need no warning or nothing. Boom! Fast as that boom happened, you know what I'm saying? I'll be trying to get gone, right? Cortisol is produced in animals. Okay, so they know they're getting ready to die. They know when they're taking that last walk. They know you getting ready to cut their neck. They know that, and they'll act weird, and they'll be looking around, and they'll be scared as hell, right? And they're releasing cortisol in that moment. Now imagine you done slit them and cut them, and they done felt that pain. Man, they gonna flood their blood with cortisol, right? They be trying to run and stuff. They be on their side as if they going somewhere, but they ain't going nowhere. They laying on their side, running nowhere, on the ground, right? And they might start making noises and stuff like that. And that's why I told y'all, kill an animal in front of your daughter, man, in front of your family, okay? And tell me that they're going to have a good night's sleep after they witness that, okay? They'll be traumatized, which makes that what? Evil. It's evil, fam. It's evil to cut an animal's neck. We wasn't supposed to be doing that in order to fill our bellies. We weren't supposed to be doing that, okay? I don't care if you want to hear me say that or not. I can't make the truth a lie for your feelings. I can't do that. So I got to try to find a medium between the two. Cortisol is produced in animals, in the tissues, and released and increased in response to stress, y'all, and low glucose concentration. Right? So that's where I got the power to bring my butt off this couch halfway to that door because of an explosion that happened over here, right? That's where it hits me at in my adrenaline, okay? In my stress hormones. It's for a low glucose concentration, okay? Because regularly, my glucose concentration will be low because there's no emergency at the time. But upon hearing that, boom, it'll excite something in me, right? And it does what? It functions as an increase of glucose neogenesis, right? And the aid and aids in metabolic energy, metabolism, y'all. It's a burst of metabolism, right? And you know what that is? I put in parentheses right here to keep the thought fresh on my mind that's your fight or flight, fam. Okay? So you ain't done none of that. You chilling, you about to eat you a steak, right? But that animal released all that cortisol into its own blood, y'all, because you was finna kill it. And then guess what? You stabbed it. You shanked it, right? And then it really got nervous. And then it flooded its bloodstream with cortisol. And that's why you are frazzled and crazy and right? You can't control your emotions from moment to moment. You're mad, you're too mad, right? You're confused, you're sad, you're feeling all of these emotions because the emotions are coming from that animal, y'all. You ate the animal's adrenaline and feelings. And guess what? You're chilling and you just hanging there, you ain't doing nothing. Take your blood pressure. Get 30 and 40 and 45 and ages like this, and then let me see you put that blood pressure cuff on your arm. And we're going to see if you 120 or if you're higher than that. Okay, we're going to see if you 120 over 80 or if you're higher than that. So that's how you get that high blood pressure. That's how you get that high glucose, that blood sugar. That's how you're getting it from the animal. And guess who told you that? Christ. Christ told you that. In the same books that you don't even respect. You don't even respect the books as being biblical. But I found this information in those books. You understand this? So everybody's talking loud and got an opinion. You're going to follow these footsteps. Everybody got to walk the line. Pull me any 50-year-old. Pull me any 50-year-old. Anyone. I bet you they know something about a high blood pressure. I bet you they know something about a sugar diabetes. I bet you they know something about a congestive heart failure. I bet you they've heard those words from doctors and things like that. I bet you they're on medication they don't tell anybody about. Nobody knows they wake up and pop pills. Nobody knows. Okay? So that's who this information strikes. Okay? You young whippersnappers, all praise it to the Most High. But just know, you got to walk this line. We all got to walk this line. Okay? Today it's me, tomorrow it'll be you. That's how it goes. Right? It also decreases bone formation. Decreases bone formation. So when you're 50 and 60 and your body start breaking down and that hunchback come out, this is why. It's because you're eating flesh. And then somebody is 72, 76, 78, stop eating meat in their 40s and they jogging 5 miles a day, okay? And looking younger than your mama, okay? Explain that to me. Somebody better talk to me, all right? It also decreases bone formation. All right? So cut to all the older people who fall weak in their bones. That's common, huh? They can't fall, they'll break their hip, right? They don't drive anymore. They don't do anything. They walking around, they got a walker, if not a wheelchair, okay? It's telling you why this is. Things which the KJV speak nothing about. Nothing. Zilch. Nothing. Nada. Nothing. Okay? You got to go into these Nazarene records and get that. Okay? These stated functions are carried out by glucocorticoid receptors inside the cell. So this is down to your cellular gene, okay? Which then binds to DNA, to gene expression. You know what that means? You know what that means, and you want me to tell you, okay? It's telling you that this is how you get the big C, okay? This is how you get C answer, okay? This is where it's coming from. This is why everybody don't reach 70 without having some form of the big C, okay? So did I say that you can't eat meat? Or did the Most High, through this body and through this life and through science and through books and through your own, you living your own life, he's telling you that? Open your ears, man. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you, dude? Open your own ears. Open your own eyes and look at your own life that you live in. Okay? And it'll prove this to you. Right? I didn't say that. The chief apostle, James, said this. Okay? Where did he say this at? In the book of Acts 15, that's James. They bump heads with James in Acts 15. Okay? This is after Paul did all his questing, all his avoiding James. He still had to fall in the hands of James. Okay? What happened in that situation? We sent, therefore, Judas and Silas, right? Not the other Judas that got in all the trouble. It was another Judas that came after him. And Judas is just another name that means Jacob, right? Who shall also tell you the same things by mouth. Okay. So James is like, I set these guys up. They're coming to you. They're coming to talk to you. Right? 28. For it seemed good to the Holy Ghost. Wah, wah. We don't do no ghosts. We're going to do the spirit there. Okay, we're going to do the spirit. The Holy Spirit, right? To us, to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things. So when he laid it upon them, it was what? Okay, because James had to check them. They was out, they was moving around, they was teaching some stuff James didn't agree with, because we know Paul didn't check in. Paul didn't check in with James the way he was supposed to. He went the other way and started churches, right? So he had to come back through James, who in the Gospel of Thomas saying 12, saying number 12, Christ left the keys with his successor, his brother, his blood brother, James. Okay. And if you wanted to be put down by the disciples and apostles, you had to go through James. And Paul did not do that. Paul went the other way. So he still landed back in the crosshairs of James. And that's what we're reading here, right? So he called them in, he checked them, he cornered them, and he told them, right? We have sent therefore Judas and James. So Judas and Silas. So before James could get to him, he sent Judas and Silas to go tell him by mouth, right? So they went in 28, for it seemed good to the Holy Spirit and to us, right? So the Holy Spirit, we know she's life, right? And so when he's saying that, he's talking about the spirit of life. It's going to be against some things. You can't do whatever you want with the spirit of life, right? And to us, to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things. So James sought it necessary for them to change these things about their ministries. And what was it? What's the first one off the top smoking? That ye abstain from meats offered to idols. Period. There you go right there. That's James saying, hey, man, stop telling these people they could eat meat. And what else? And from blood. Did you make it bleed before you ate it? Did you cause it to spill its blood before you ate it? Mind you, this is in your regular KJV. This is in your book of Acts. Okay? And from what? And from things strangled. Oh, man. Yikes. Yikes. From things strangled, y'all. You can't strangle it because they were doing all kind of weird stuff. Oh, I found it. And things that die of itself, right? Oh, I just found it. It was already dead. I just fried it up. A brother will say anything to be able to eat that steak, right? It was a lot of lying going on. You see that? So James is like, under no circumstance, okay? Abstain from meats offered to idols and from blood. So that means you couldn't have stabbed it, okay? And from things strangled. So don't try to strangle it. Oh, I didn't cut him. I just strangled him. Right? Man, I can't make this up, man. Okay? And from fornication. What is that? That's everything 1 Timothy chapter 4 is talking about. Ain't it? So Paul went from this, still kept doing what he was doing, y'all. And this is around an area where he's denying having done any of this. And then the New Testament comes out later where he's doing all of this and he's telling you it's cool in Galatians 1 and in Galatians 2 and in 1 Timothy chapter 4. The dude was a liar. Okay? So that's you. That's the script you sticking to. That's you sticking to the script, right? What script are we sticking to exactly here? What you talking about, man? Who you talking to? First of all, okay? And from fornication, man, that's everything that they was talking about, man. That's everything Paul got in trouble for and denied. And then we got him still teaching it later. What are you talking about, dude? He the one who should have stuck to a script. So what script are you sticking to exactly? You're rebellious and you're against God because Christ left everything with James, okay? And the Most High left everything with Christ and Christ left it with James, okay? So who you're following is the Greco-Roman and the Catholic Church. And the right, that's who put your canon together, okay? And your Roman government, the people who wear the leaves in their heads, right? The Caesar, the pizza. You know what I'm saying? That's who, okay? Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2s, okay? If you want to go get that one, that's who you following, okay? Yikes. And you open up your mouth on who, and you said what about whom, okay? And we're going to see where your life is going. Matter of fact, I'm pray against that because I heard what's been happening to you over there. You sounding real sad over there like the rest of these guys. You guys are sounding very sad and beat up by life out there, man, and stuff is happening to y'all. You know, stuff is happening to y'all families and stuff like this. Why? Because you're serving the spirit of death. Therefore, you're a slave of death. And you surrender everything, your life and everything that belongs to you belongs to death. So death can reach out and touch y'all. Okay, whenever it gets ready, you need help. You know, you need praying for, and I'll be praying for you. You guys are looking sick, man. You guys are looking sick all in your face, man. Okay? You better be careful, man. You know what I'm saying? But don't trip. With every drop of power that the Father give me, I'll be praying for y'all. I don't want anything to happen to y'all. I don't want y'all feeling no pain. Okay? And that's a fact. That's a fact, Jack. But let's keep on getting this. Right? 29. That ye abstain from meats offered to idols, from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication. Okay? From which ye keep yourselves, ye shall do well. Fare ye well. Okay? James laid it on them. If you do these things, you're going to do well. You'll be just fine. If you do these things. Now, if you don't, that's another story. Okay? Verse 30. So when they were dismissed, now he let them go. Now you dismiss. They came to Antioch, and that's when they went to Antioch. They went back to Antioch, right? And when they had gathered the multitude together, they went back to these churches that they started, and they did what? They delivered the epistle. They delivered the words of James to them, right? 31, which they had read. They rejoiced for the consolation. For being consoled, they rejoiced. They were happy, right? Why? because word came down from the Lord's brother. That's why. Okay? The Most High said it. Psalm 40:6. Sacrifices and offerings, right? Thou did not desire. Okay? This is King David talking to the Most High. Sacrifices and offering, you never desired that, Father. Right? Mine ears has thou opened. So there was a time when he believed that he was all right doing this and that he was doing something good by the Most High. But in real life, the Most High never asked for them sacrifices. He never asked for the neck of nothing to be cut. Ever. Okay? He never asked for no burnt offering. He never asked for no sin offering. Right? Burnt offering and sin offerings has thou not required. When? Never. That's when. Okay? The Most High said that, not me. The Most High said that, fam. Okay? Isaiah 1:11-17. How does that look? Okay? To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me? That's him asking, why are you doing these sacrifices? I never asked you for this. Right? You done picked up a pagan custom. Now you're trying to serve me in a pagan way with some junk that I never asked you for. Right? It takes the Most High a while to check in sometimes. So by the time he get to them, he's saying, I'm full. I'm full of your burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts. I delight not in the blood of no bullocks. Okay? Or of lambs or of he-goats. I never wanted this. Who told y'all to be sacrificing to me like I'm Baal? You're giving me the sacrifice of another God who didn't create this stuff. I created this stuff. How you gonna kill something and give it back to me and I created it and gave it to you? Come on, man. That's not even rocket science. That ain't even hard to understand. If you can't understand that, then just turn in your time card, brother. Okay? Clean out your desk. Clean out your desk and make you that little I'm fired box and just get out of here, man. You're fired as a watchman. You're fired, man. We're all dying because of the bad job that you're doing. You got a trumpet. You don't even know how to blow that thing. Okay? What is you talking about, dude? Okay? Period. 12. When ye come to appear before me, who has required this at your hands? Who's telling you to do? Because I, the Most High, am not asking you for this. Never. Is there a place where he asks for it? Listen. When ye come to appear before me, so when you come to my altar, who has required this at your hand? What? That funky blade that you cutting that meat with and that blood and guts is running all up under these rocks, right? That produce a flies and a stench that's horrible, right? I've been saying this. They couldn't use no mop and glow back then, okay? They sat a bunch of rocks up and built the altar with it, and they start slaughtering, cutting animals on it. So when that blood and guts and fat and all of that, he's like, man, I didn't order the fat of no goats. He like, man, you got my altar stinking. You got the whole temple stinking with this stuff, man. Right? Oh man, that stuff run all off between them rocks and produce them flies and that smell, and just, man, we became nasty and repugnant, like uh death chasing pagans, y'all. That stuff was, man, Hebrews was clean, man. Okay? Cleanliness next to godliness. That wasn't our style. We wasn't into that. Okay? Man, he was like, man, just get out of here, man. Just get off of my land. I'm shutting all of this down. I'm tearing this temple down and everything. Y'all going ahead. Y'all go in them chains and them slave ships and all of it. Now you see why he did us like that? For that reason, fam. And you still ain't got enough. You still over here trying to cut the throat of something and eat it? Yikes. Yikes. It's time to stop, dude. Stop, man. Stop. You ain't got enough yet? You don't hate your life yet? That's crazy to me, okay? Nazarenes is the only one with some sanity. That's why way back then, first century, we separated from the rest of the Israelites. We stopped making excuses. We like, nah, we ain't doing this no more. We're not doing, look at us. Look how fast we dying. We was making it to 60 back then. We separated from the 12 tribes, and we went and we found us some caves, the Qumran caves, where they later found the Dead Sea Scrolls, okay? Where they later found Moses' scroll, the original law, okay? They found all of the copper scrolls, okay? The Shapira, they found all of this stuff in them Essene caves, y'all, along with what? The Gospel of the Holy 12, along with what? The Essene Gospel of Peace, along with what? The Nazarene Acts. Oh, come on, man. What do you mean? Pick your own canon. No, you're stuck on this whack record, right? That the Catholic Church chose for you. And you want to tell me something about sticking to a script, okay? And they leave all kind of holes open, all kind of chinks in your armor. And whenever they get ready, they just stick a knife in there whenever they feel like it. They know exactly where to hit you at. They got you, right? You big and bad. You got all this armor, but they got a hole right through your heart. Boop, they hit that. They got a hole right on the top of your helmet. Beep, they hit you right through the top of that and put your brain out. Okay? They know how to hit you right in the back. And right, man, who are you talking to, dude? You need to just come up under these Nazarenes and learn some real knowledge and learn some real truth that's going to keep you safe. Okay? Learn how to eat. You don't even know how to eat. You don't even know what to put in your mouth. You sit in there hacking. Oh, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. You know what I'm saying? You talking about some parasite cleanse you on. Why you got to do a parasite cleanse? Why you got to do that? If you're still going to keep eating the flesh, you going in circles, man. You going in circles. Okay, but you're big and bad and you on your high horse, right? Man. Pride. Pride is a hell of a drug with these guys, man. Verse 12, when ye come to appear before me, the Most High, like when you come before me, what? Who has required this at your hands to tread my courts? What courts? The courts of the temple, okay? He's talking about them goddamn sacrifices that you doing on an altar that made him shut the whole joint down, right? And when Christ, that's why Christ came and did the temple like that, okay? In Luke and in Matthew, they dang sure weren't gonna put it in none of Paul's books. Okay? Paul didn't even want to mention Christ, if you notice. Okay? None of the stories of Christ are coming out of the books that Paul wrote. You ever notice that? Nah, you're getting them out of Matthew. You're getting them out of John. You're getting them out of books like that. Right? And he went and he said, I will destroy this temple in 3 days and rebuild it. Okay? Did he not say that? And he went in there and he flipped them tables over. And guess what else he did? He let all their animals go. He let all their animals fly free. Okay? Because those were the animals that they were selling to be sacrificed. And that's how they was getting their money. Okay? The priesthood was crooked. Okay? Understand that. 13, bring no more vain oblations. Drink offerings, fam. Okay? Don't bring no more of those. Incense. Incense is an abomination unto me. Why? Because they're trying to cover up the funk with the incense. He like, man, that ain't doing nothing. I don't care about you burning no incense. Stop chopping this dead meat up on my altar. Right? Now, they put it like they was only mad because it was swine. Nah, it was all animals. Okay? The story of the Maccabees and all that. The Maccabees was rioting because why y'all killing this stuff on our altars, man? It don't matter if it was a pig or not. Stop this. Right? And the Maccabees went about it in a violent manner. Okay? That was just us trying everything, trying whatever we could try. Now the Essenes and the Nazarenes, they said, man, we getting up out of here. And they went and hid. Right? Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons. The new moons, the Sabbath. Right? The calling of assemblies. We know he don't got no problem with that stuff. He gave us that stuff to celebrate. But what's wrong? Okay? You're chopping up a beast at it. Okay? You got a beast roasting in the corner, smoking at all of these solemn assemblies and meetings. Okay? And it made him not even want the gathering anymore. And that's why he cut us off. Can't you see that? You can't see that? What you think it was? What you think the reason was? You know? Man, you gotta hand these guys everything on a silver platter. They can't do no thinking for themselves, man. They need everything spelled out or else it's no good, right? And guess what? It better say it in these 66 to 80 books. 80 if you put the Apocrypha in the middle. But if it ain't none of that, oh man, then they just ain't gonna get it. They just ain't gonna get it. Let it kill me then. You know what that is? That's an idiot. I'm sorry. There's no other way to describe that. Okay? That's somebody who putting their own neck in the guillotine. You putting your own neck in the guillotine, man. Go ahead, chop my neck off. Okay? 14. Your new moons and your appointed feasts. My soul hates those. My soul hate them. Why, Father? Dang, why you hate they appointed feasts and they new moons? Didn't you give us new moons to celebrate? Yeah, originally he did. Okay? Didn't you give us our appointed feast? But now his soul hate him. Are y'all listening? Are you listening? Okay. They are trouble. They are a trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them. I hate looking at them. Okay. They're a trouble. They're a trouble unto me. Right? Why? Because you're getting ready to slaughter one of his animals. That's why. That's the only reason it's missing. Look at 15. And when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. Why, Father? Yea, when ye make many prayers. So you're making many prayers and he's just hiding from you. I will not hear. I don't want to hear your prayers. The golden reason he gives right there. Why? Why, Father? Because your hands are full of blood. Period. He gave you the reason right there. Go on and apply that all the way back to verse 11. Everything 11 through 15. That's why he don't like it, is because your hands are full of blood. Full of blood. Okay? The Nazarene way. Have you ever heard of a Nazarene? It's my only question. Because I talk what I talk, and I say what I say, and everybody just goes dumbfounded. And it's like, have you ever heard of a Nazarene? Jesus was Jesus of Nazareth. You never heard of that word? You never heard of what a Nazarene is? Let's journey into the book of the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. And this is what he's saying is not scripture. Hold on. Let's get us some more of that before we go into here. Before we go into there, let's hear him out. I'm a fair guy. Let's hear him out. Now, did I say that, or did that record that I wrote, or that record that I read about cortisol say that? Or did I say that? All right, let me get us back on the screen. All right.
You can't function in the spirit that the Lord's not with you.
You can't. And I speak that from experience. I was living both lives. I was doing them both. Okay? I was eating flesh for the holy days, you know? I was eating. Oh man, they kicked us off. They kicked us off of Instagram. Let's get us back on Instagram. But I was eating flesh, right? And you know, hey, I loved you guys that much, man. Okay? I loved y'all that much. Where I was willing to partake in the holy days with y'all. As much of a burden as it was to me, you know, I was like, okay, cool. I could do both, you know. I could come out for the holy days or somewhere around September and eat with y'all. Eat with y'all for the holy days, right? So That's what I was doing. I was eating with y'all for the holy days. And I'm telling you, the moment I put some of that stuff back into my mouth, I felt that beast nature come upon me. And I felt it become as a struggle, right? To keep my beast nature down. I wanted to argue with people. I wanted to fight with people and things like that. Normally, you can't get me out here arguing with you, you know? But man, that was a tough time. Okay? Those will be tough times, fam. I feel another nature come upon me. Okay, check this out.
That's what he's teaching now. Why? Because he wants to be against the people that church hurt him.
I want to be against the people that church hurt me. Hey, I'm the one that's no longer talking about those guys. Not even 2 years after I part from the church. You've been parted from these guys for 9 years, bro, and you still talking about these dudes. So stop projecting your attitude off on me, okay? Because I'm not tripping off of those dudes and nothing that they got going there. I wish those dudes the best. I washed my hands of it a long time ago. Okay? So, who you talking about, man? How you gonna fasten me to an old dude that I'm not that dude anymore? I'm not him anymore. He's long gone. Okay? He only exists still in your own mind. He's gone. Okay? Church hurt. Nobody is church hurt. Okay? I love my life and every direction that my life took me in. Okay? I wouldn't take away no part of my past. But I don't think you feel the same way. I think you regret a lot of things in your life. And you're trying to project that on me. And it's just not my lifestyle. Okay?
When he was out calling people church hurt, right?
I didn't call anybody church hurt. Find me that. Find me that clipping where I told somebody they was church hurt. That's not even in my vocabulary, right? It might be now, okay? I might do a song about church hurt now, but show me in the past me talking about any church hurt. Okay, that's not even my slogan, my lingo. I don't even talk like that, okay? That's to lean on something. That's to lean on a trigger word. I don't have any trigger words, okay? You'll never hear me calling people narcissists or introverts, and right? I don't deal with that modern day throw them in the box type deals like that. That's not me. That's you, JJ. That's how you get down. You like to use monikers like that and not deal with people. And you just like to throw people in boxes, and that's what you're trying to do to me now. But I never needed this, right? I never needed that while we're talking about what we need, right? Listen.
It's an example. It's not nothing I care about.
Then why you just do all of that talking about it? I'm not going to run my mouth the way you just did and then end it off on a no, but I don't care about it. Sure you care about it. Sure you care about it, because everything you just said came out of your own mind. That's the only place where it exists, okay? In your own mind. It's not in my mind, okay? It ain't in nobody else's mind but your own. Check this out.
I seen it years before it happened.
What did you see? What did you see, bro? Okay? I don't even know what he's talking about. What kind of profit credits are you looking for when you say that? Okay? Come on, y'all.
But see, this is another thing that unauthentic people can't do. They can't admit their faults.
So see, he's dissing unauthentic. That's what unauthentic people can't do. They can't confess. What faults do I have? What faults do I have that I'm running from, that I'm being unauthenticity about? Okay? This is all projection, y'all. Okay?
Right? They can't accept it. So when they hear it, why you gotta bring it up again? Why you gotta bring it up again? I gotta bring it up.
Nothing ever happened like that. Why you gotta bring it up again? Why you got? So see, that's projection, y'all. He's painting a picture of me that has never been me. I would never ask another man, why you gotta keep bringing it up, man? Why you bringing it up, man? Okay? This is projection, y'all. This is a way that he wants you to see me. Okay? This is him underhanded robbing me of my character. Okay? I don't carry a character that would do that. Okay? That would even talk like that. You know, so that's horrible, fam. This is called bearing a false witness. Okay? He can really get in trouble for this. So he's going to get off of this live. He's going to go his way, and he's going to wonder why his luck is bad. Okay? Because the Father, as in Proverbs, these are on the way of the 7 things that the Father hates. A proud look, a proud tongue, right? He who causes discord among brethren. Now, you know what I'm talking about, right? That passage, okay? It's an abomination to the Most High. It is not life. It is not life, and it's not love, okay? Yes. Oh, man. I could show it to you if you want to see it. Come on.
Up again because y'all still out here lying and being unauthentic.
Lying and being unauthentic.
And now you're teaching false doctrine.
And now I'm teaching false doctrine. You know, they like to say that. They like to say that you're teaching false doctrine because what? Watch what he does next. Watch what he does next.
Now you're just lying. Okay? Now you're just lying.
Okay.
Now you're done.
Now I'm done. Or am I just getting started? Right?
What they call it? Retrobate mind? Now
retrobate mind? No, it's a reprobate mind. Okay? Watch this, y'all.
They trying to be different instead of sticking to the script.
Key words. Oh, man, he done went there now. Instead of sticking to the script. Oh, man. Another thing I noticed about this guy over the years, he'll put his foot in his mouth. Oh, man, he makes so many mistakes and be so wrong. Okay? And then he claims to fix it. I don't see that. I don't see how you could do that. You know? Listen.
Lying. Okay? Now you're just lying.
Now I'm just lying.
Now you're done.
Now I'm done.
What they call it? Retrobate mind? Now you're trying to
reprobate mind.
Be different.
Trying to be different? No. Do you know what happened to me? Okay. Man, nobody's able to just switch shoes like that. Okay? Nobody's able to just totally switch shoes the way I did. Okay? That should be confirmation for you that it really happened to me. Okay? Because we know what kind of ways I was set in. And you don't just change from this to that like that unless it's the truth. I died and I seen something. Okay?
Instead of
And my life reflects it. Okay?
sticking to the script.
Instead of sticking to the script, what script are we sticking to exactly? Oh, we gonna go into it. Oh, we gonna go into it like never before.
Now everything that you believe is not even in the Bible no more.
So that's the only Bible? Is that the only Bible? Where did that come from? Where did they draw that from? And when they drew that from the records, did they bring all the records? Or did they leave off the records that would have helped you and me? Right? Who were they? Who set it up? Who got that to happen? Right? Roman Catholic Church? Okay? Who? Who? Have you ever heard of a Nazarene? Is a Nazarene strange to the Most High? Is a Nazarene strange to Christ? Oh, man, y'all. Yikes.
It's not in the Bible no more. Okay? You got to go outside. Now you're trying to be different instead of sticking to the script. Now everything that you believe is not even in the Bible no more. It's not in the Bible.
Look at that. He's having a good time. He thought that was funny right there. Right? He thought that was a joke, fam. He really tickled himself with that, okay? That's a devil, fam. Okay? That's a devil. He's having fun with this. He's having fun. According to him, that one has fallen off. Right? He got poots and giggles over there, you know? Understand what you're looking at when you're looking at it, fam. Okay?
No more. Okay? You got to go outside to believe what you believe because you want to have something different. You want to be different.
I want to be different? No, I want to be true. I want to be right. Okay? I want my efforts to count. I want to be safe. I want my people to be safe. Okay? I want my people to be healthy. All right? I want my people to live long. Right? I want my people to function well regardless of age. Okay? I want my people living to 130 and not 60 years old. Okay? That's what I want when you want to talk about what I want. Understand that? Listen, y'all.
You want to be different now. I never needed that. I was always different. I was always different.
Okay, so we all need to be like you, right? Not like Christ, like you. Look at this arrogancy, fam. Look at this.
What you believe because you want to have something different. You want to be different.
You want to be different. Okay? Look.
You want to be different now. I never needed that. I was always different.
You look the same to me, my brother. Full of pride. Okay? I'm big and bad. Everybody else is beneath me. Okay? I don't look at our brothers and sisters like that. Okay? I don't look at the brothers and sisters like that. That's the way you look at your brothers and sisters. You're the one who look at brothers and sisters like filth. Okay? You.
I was always different. And I was always just like this, full of love and authenticity. And
I can't tell. That's what you call love? Right? And that's how he starts his joint out. Full of love, right? But you can't feel his love. His love feels abrasive, right? And that's why I didn't mess with I. You know, I went and met him. I put him on videos. I did things. I set him up, right? And then I went where he was. He came over here to LA. He had an Airbnb. I went in there. I messed with him a little bit. Checked him out. Pulled up with the fam, right? And then he got on this weird stuff, you know, this drama queen type stuff. Not with me, but I just heard the way he was talking about other people like he majorly had something to prove, you know? And his mouth was bad. He had a potty mouth, you know, and spent a little time with him and whatever, and we jumped in the car. My wife knew what was up. My wife broke the silence with, "You ain't messing with him, huh?" And I'm like, "Baby, you know me well. You know I ain't messing with him. I'm not messing with him. He was trying to get out to this land. He was trying to do some things. I kind of like ghosted him after that, you know? And he hounded after it for a while. And then, you know, I guess he caught on. And guys like him, they get mad, man. You know, so he start letting me know, like a little female, that he got an attitude and that he was mad with me and things of a nature like this. You know, so I let him go on and be mad, but I cut ties with the brother. I wasn't finna deal with him. He wasn't ready. He was not ready. He wasn't ready to get his divine nine in line. Okay? So, by the way he behaved and things like that, I knew he thought I was lame. Right? All of this love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentle. I know he thought that that was a joke because he still wanted to play games and be goofy and, you know, play games with people, man. You know, not with me, but I saw how every other day he had somebody else's clippings up and dogging them out. And, you know, I'm like, man, this dude is not ready. And then with the potty mouth and, you know, you still got some learning to do, my brother. You still got some growing in things to do. Right? Let me show you something. That's crazy. I didn't even know I would be using this. I didn't even think I would be using this so soon. That's crazy. But yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and play this piece of video. Let's bring this down. And let's put this one. Let's put this one up. Put this one up, right? Yeah. Listen.
I thank God for people like this in this world. I keep telling y'all everything's spiritual. He's going to break down what cursing really is and what curse words really mean. And some of the language that we're using, think twice before you start cursing, because this guy, thank God for people like this in this world. I keep telling y'all everything's spiritual. He's going to break down what cursing really is and what curse words really mean. And some of the language that we're using, the profanity that we're using there, it's like, what is going on, man? Y'all got that we're using, the profanity that we're using, they're really demons. Like, what is going on, man? Y'all
demons now, but they don't want to talk about that, right? Everything is something that means nothing, right? And that's Paul, that's the Paul syndrome. Everything is something that means nothing, right? And that's how they pass it off on, oh, it's no big deal, right? It doesn't mean anything if I say this or if I say that, right?
y'all got to stay locked in. You need to pass this on to your people and watch your mouth.
Specific words that are considered
Listen.
cussing are truly cursing. They're evocations of demons. There's a demon named Faku. What's that sound like? Chant his name like 3 times, which is why they want you to use that word as a noun, an adjective, and a verb.
I didn't even know that.
Sentence. Like, demons hear you. They want to show up. It's a spirit of perversion that you're invoking.
Oh my gosh.
So, like, a lot of times, if you say the F word a lot, guess what? You're going to have a whole lot of perversion in your life. You probably watch porn. You're probably surrounded by lust.
You're going to have a whole lot of perversion in your life. You're probably going to watch porn, right?
Yes, because you say the F word. Parasites.
Because you said the F word. And then guess what? Parasites considered demonic.
Considered demonic? Absolutely. Are you kidding? Parasites are like a physical embodiment of demons. I think.
Whoa.
It's a spirit of perversion that you're invoking.
Oh my gosh.
So, like, a lot of times, if you say the F word a lot, guess what? You're going to have a whole lot of perversion in your life. You probably watch porn. You're probably surrounded by lust. Yes, because you say the F word. Parasites considered demonic? Absolutely. Are you kidding? Parasites are like a...
Parasites are considered demonic. He said, are you kidding? Parasites are what?
You're going to have a whole lot of perversion in your life. You probably watch porn. You're probably surrounded by lust. Yes, because you say the F word. Parasites considered demonic? Absolutely. Are you kidding? Parasites are like a physical embodiment of demons.
Parasites are like the physical body of a demon. He said he was on some parasite kick. He said that, right? We're going to get it. We're going to get it. He said he's 10 days in on a parasite joint.
Oh my God.
I question whether parasites themselves are demons or if they're just simple organisms that are easily possessed by demons. So, like, I wonder between the two, to be completely honest.
You get them from eating meat, okay? You get them from eating meat.
There is a text that you're not supposed to read that's not technically biblical. It's called the Essene Gospels of Jesus, and there's a lot in there that's...
It's from the Essene Gospels of Jesus. So people are talking about this out here. Yikes.
kind of witchy woo-woo, probably not good. But there is a story in there where Jesus draws a tapeworm out of a man and says, behold the head of Satan. And then he crushes it with 2 rocks. And then, he draws it out with warm milk that he holds by the man's mouth after he's fasted.
We read that. We read up on that.
And then he crushes this parasite and the man is healed. So pretty...
And then he crushes this parasite and the man is healed.
Interesting, actually. It's a pretty fascinating story. I don't know if it's how valid it is, though, okay? But it's interesting.
Y'all gotta understand this. It's called curse words for a reason.
Called curse words for a reason. Right? Oh, man. Now, this is a territory that I'm not sure that you guys want to journey into. I'm not sure if he knew he wanted to journey into it, right? Why? Because you ready to block it? That's the only reason why. You ready to overtalk them? Oh no, this blah blah blah. Try to control the conversation and the situation, right? So that's why he's saying that nobody could pull out this information on him.
They get so embarrassed that they're wrong that they can't admit their fault.
Oh man, we're gonna go into it. We're gonna go into it. Right? We're gonna get that video sent over. Get that one sent over. See if I can mail drop that. Right? We're going to get that one transferred over. Okay, that probably ain't going to work like that. So, what happened to my little chip? You know, we're going to slam that through the chip. Sorry, y'all. Man. Uh-oh. Okay, so let's save this to here. To the desktop. Got it, y'all. All praise it. So I'm gonna load it up. video file. Put it in as a video file. One more second, y'all. There it is.
Your leaders, your Pharisees that are out there,
They
get so embarrassed that they're wrong. Excuse me. They get so embarrassed that they're wrong. Oh, excuse me. Detox is crazy. They get so
Detox is crazy. Look at he can't even keep talking. Look at this.
I was wrong. But see, a prideful person, your teachers, your leaders, your Pharisees that are out there, they get so embarrassed that they're wrong.
Fingers, pointing fingers, right? That's Isaiah 58. The putting forth of the finger, okay? Pointing fingers everywhere, right? Everything is everybody else's fault. You don't see me doing that, fam. I come down on Paul and his false doctrine because of how he got y'all messed up in the head, right? That's the difference. He way back there, he gone. Okay, he ran a trick on the world for the past 2,000 years. You guys can't see past his false doctrine. That's a difference. Okay. I'm not pointing at nobody living and breathing right now and blaming everything on them, right? The putting forth of the finger, right? But listen.
I was wrong. But see, a prideful person, your teachers, your leaders, your Pharisees that are out there, they get so embarrassed that they're wrong. Excuse me. They get so embarrassed that they're wrong. Oh, excuse me. Detox is crazy. They get so embarrassed that they're wrong that they can't admit their fault. So they double down and double down. Excuse me, bear with me. It's like day 10 on a parasite journey, and I've been having so much mucus come out, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you wouldn't even need that. You quit eating the flesh. You're going to be made a believer. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles.
Your teachers, your leaders, your Pharisees that are out there.
Okay. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Okay? None of these could be hurtful to the body except for what? Except for the excess of meats and drinks. Okay? So those are harmful to the body. Meat and drink. Okay? All of the things which Paul said, you shall not be judged in. So he opened you up to parasites. You see that? That's what he did, y'all. Now you tell me he's still a friend. Okay? Because when these are taken in expensive or excessive quantities, their abundance, which the natural warmth is not sufficient to digest. Okay, so What's excessive? Any of it, really. Any of it, fam. Once a day is too much. Okay? Once a week, you might not die. Okay? But once a week, that's long enough for you to swallow down some flesh and it turn into maggots in your body. Okay? You better bet it. Okay? Because when these are taken in excessive quantities, their abundance, which naturally warmth, is not sufficient to digest. It curdles into a sort of poison. Oh, man. You going to play with that? You're going to be made a believer of that? Okay? And it flowing through the bowels, flowing through your stomach, right? And all the veins, like a common sewer. Like a common sewer, guys. Oh, man. Okay? It's flowing through your bowels and your veins as a common sewer. That's filth, y'all. Now, is that me saying that that's filth? Or is that or is a sewer clean? Okay? Renders the motions of the bodies unhealthy. Unhealthy and base. The base is the lowest. Okay? Unhealthy and low. Facts. Okay? That's not me saying that. This is the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, right? Therefore, moderation is to attain in all things, right? That neither may place be given to what? To who? To demons. And what did they just say that those worms are, those parasites? They are the body of demons, right? Nor the spirit being possessed by them. So they have spirits in these parasites. They're demons, guys. Okay? Oh, man. Okay? Be delivered along with them to be tormented, right? In ageless fires. Okay? Yes, yes, yes. So that's chapter 19. This is chapter 19. Demons incite to idolatry. What does that mean? That means these are foods sacrificed onto idols. So when the Bible say food sacrificed unto idols, it's talking about a dead animal. Okay? What do you think makes it sacrifice unto idol? Because you pray over it to some demon? No, it's the whole way that it's killed and cooked. It had to die. Okay? The Father does not kill. Killing is not the Father's way. He's the opposite. He's the life giver. It's outside of his character to cause death from something that he gave life. Right? There is also another error of the demons, which they suggest to the sense of men, that they should think that those things that they suffer from such are called Elohim. So they think that their suffering is of God, right? And you know that's how they got us. That's how I thought. You know, I came down with something. Hey, somehow it pleases the Most High that I'm sick, you know? And that couldn't be further from the truth. But whose is it? whose idea is this? In order that thereby offering Zebayim and gifts. That's a demon, folks. That's a demon's name right there. Okay? As if to propitiate them. They may strengthen the worship of false religion. So that's why you stuck in your KJV. And in Paul's words, it was a false religion. That's the false religion and the false worship, right? Is to strengthen the worship of false religion. What is that? Who is that talking about, y'all? It's talking about Paul. It's talking about Paul, man. Okay? It's to strengthen him. And you know his strength came from what? Don't let nobody tell you what not to eat, what not to drink, not how where to lay down or not. Don't let nobody tell you nothing. Don't let nobody tell you nothing about no Sabbath. Don't let anybody tell you anything, right? Basically, he created a whole bunch of free radicals, right? And avoid us who are interested in their salvation. Okay? Who is it talking about when it says that? Talking about the Nazarene. Okay? Us who are really interested in our salvation, that's who ain't gonna let them dupe them out of their reward, right? Like Christ said. Okay, that's the watchmen who are going to be careful. Okay, that they may be freed from error. So that's error. If you say, I'm only going to follow this KJV and that diet kill you because you slaughtering animals and eating them, and that stuff, and it put you in a box, okay? That's the opposite of being free from error. You got caught up. It was over for you, okay? But they'll switch the shoe on the other foot and make you the guilty one and the dumb one and the not sticking to the script, and right? They don't know that you the one that the Most High them blessed and freed by the skin of your teeth, right? But this they do, as I have said, not knowing that these things are suggested by them by demons. Okay? It's suggested by a demon to eat everything and have everything and nothing off limits, and right? Eat what you want, drink what you want, lay down with who you want to lay down with, break the Sabbath, do right? Oh, man. Yikes. Okay? For fear they should be saved. Okay, the demons are scared you're going to be saved, so they got to fill your head up with all of this wrong information, right? And have you going all against the people that's trying to help you, right? It is therefore in the power of everyone, since man has been made possessed of free will, okay? You've been given this free will. You can do what you want to do. Can't nobody twist your arm and make you do nothing. We can present things to you, but if you don't want to take it, we just got to let you go die. Okay? We can't handcuff you to the bed and only feed you what we want to feed you and things like this, right? We catch a kidnapping charge. So we just got to let you be who you are, right? It's the free will that it's talking about, right? Whether he will hear us to life. That's the magic word, life, right? Or the demon to destruction. because that demon is shooting for you as well. But the demon is trying to shoot for you and drag you into destruction. But we're trying to speak at you, drag you into life, right? So it's up to you who you're going to listen to, the demons and your brothers and sisters. And they're trying to drag you into life, right? Also, to some, the demons appearing visibly under various figures. So they're coming in many shapes and forms. They're coming all kind of ways. Okay? You walk into the office, he's a counselor. You leave the counseling office, you go, you got this bad wife or this bad husband, and they getting at you in that way. And then you jump on the phone with your mom and dad, and they're getting at you another way, right? And then you got the brother, he don't really mean nothing. He don't mean much to you, but he's the Nazarene and he's reaching out to you, right? He's the one talking some sense, but you barely connected to him, so you cut him off, right? You see that? That's Hashatan coming in many figures, right? Sometimes throw out threats. So they'll threaten you sometimes, right? Sometimes promise relief and suffering, from suffering, right? So they're doing a lot of things. They're coming at you a lot of ways, right? They that may instill into those whom they deceive the opinion of their being Elohim. So everybody's coming in the name of God, right? Oh, man. You got to have your own discernment up, okay? And that, it may not be known that they are demons. They're demons, y'all, right? Some of them are going to sound good. Straight demon talking to you. Straight demon talking to you. But they are not concealed from us who know the mysteries of creation. So our ear is trained to hear creation. Creation is not death, fam. Creation is the opposite of death. And remember, I was telling you that once you got the Most High's character under your belt, he is pro-life and a creator, right? He's not killing nothing, y'all. That's not of his character, okay? Who know the mysteries of creation. So they can't pass off no death on you as something, as being something of the spirit of creation, right? Nah, they're not able to do that. You're gonna spot them a mile away. You're gonna know, hey, this is not of the Father, because the Father is creation. The Father is not death. Okay, so what is that when you cut in the throat of something in order to get a burger out or a steak? Okay, yikes, man. Pay attention now. It needs all your attention in order to be understood, right? Signs are for people with eyes to see. Now, if you blind, a sign ain't going to be enough. It ain't going to mean nothing to you, right? You have to be able to see. Signs are for eyes that can see, okay? For what reason is it permitted to the demons to do those things in the present world? Okay. How does it suit them to be able to do the things that they do to you in this existence? Okay. And that's what you got to be looking at. That's what you have to be looking at, right? Because they can only use you right now. You know, they can't do much with you after you give up this ghost. So they're going to be looking at how to get work out of you as you walk through your life. Okay? And that's what Paul and that's what they all do. They want you right now doing something. Okay? We don't need anything from anybody. We need you to listen and learn and eat clean. Okay? Everything we're asking you to do is for you. Okay? How is it allowed them to transform themselves into what figures they please? They can be whatever they want to be, right? And to suggest evil thoughts, they suggest evil thoughts, y'all. You got to watch out for anybody that's telling you to put parasites in your body. You got to watch out for them straight up, okay? To make your body open to parasites. You got to watch out for somebody who would tell you that, okay? Anybody should be able to listen to this information and say, hey, I understand if you want to do that. If you want to live cleaner and be cleaner and eat cleaner, and if you want to do something like that, hey, I'm not against it. What I look like telling you not to do that. But these people who jump up and ride for the sake of a steak, watch out. Watch out, fam. Watch out. Okay? Because what dog do they have in that fight? Okay? And to convey themselves by means of what? Meat and drink, and consecrated to them into the minds and bodies of those who partake of it. They're riding for that parasite. They need that parasite on the inside of your body. They are agents, okay? They are agents of the spirit of the parasite. They need that. They need to help that parasite get on the inside of your body, right? And to concoct vain dreams to further the worship of some idol. That's food sacrificed to idols. What does this say? And Jesus and James, parents Joseph and Mary, understood that and therefore raised Christ, his 4 brothers and 2 sisters like this. Okay, Gospel of the Holy 12, the childhood and youth of Jesus the Christ. I always like to go here. As many times as they're going to act dumb and act like I haven't come here, and they keep want to go around in these circles, I'm going to take them around another loop then. Okay? If you're going to keep acting like I didn't bring this out, then I'm going to keep acting like I didn't bring this out. Okay? Now, Joseph and Mary, his parents, went up to Jerusalem every year at the feast of the Passover, and they observed the feast after the manner of their brethren. Okay? After the manner of the Nazarenes. And how did the Nazarenes do it? Who abstained from bloodshed and the eating of flesh. They didn't shed no blood. They didn't eat no flesh. Okay? And from what else? And from strong drink. They understood that. Okay? So they didn't eat the sacrifices and they didn't drink the wine. Okay? And when he was 12 years old, he went to Jerusalem with them after the custom of the feast. Okay? No flesh eating, no wine drinking. That's how Christ grew up. Okay? Understand that. We're going to keep on bringing it up. Okay? I didn't say the Lord's not with you if you're eating flesh. Jeremiah said that he's not with you. Jeremiah 8:8 says it, right? How? How did he say it? How do you say we are wise? How have you done that? How are you swearing up and down you know anything about the law? If what? And the law of the Lord is with us. Lo, certainly in vain made he it. Okay? He made the law for nothing because it got off away from y'all and it's somewhere collecting dust in the Shapira, okay? In the Moses scroll, okay? And if you want to go to Second Edges chapter 14, it got burnt up. Who had copies? The Nazarenes. That's who. Okay, they had the Shapira and the copper scroll. Okay, they had that. They had the Moses scroll. Back then, the only way to duplicate the scroll was to rewrite it. So they had it and they was passing it around and they was rewriting it, and they found it in the Qumran caves with the Dead Sea Scrolls and with these other records, with these other Nazarene Ebenim records, fam. So they had the law. They were the ones who preserved it. Okay? So the regular 12 tribes, they didn't care, man. They sold this stuff. They sold out. Okay? They were infiltrated, all kind of stuff. Right? So I didn't say that the Most High is not with you if you're eating flesh. He said it. Okay? How do you say that you are wise and the law of the Lord is with you? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. You didn't have it. You think you have it. And you think it's telling you to have fun with all of these sacrifices that you're eating. And he never told you to do that. Okay? You are under the influence of pagans when you're doing that. And it's killing you and everybody around you. And the hospital is full to the rim. And there's more people in the graveyard than what's in the hospital. Okay? You're missing your grandmother, okay, and her big ankles because she was eating a ham hock, okay? She was chopping them up in her black-eyed peas. She was chopping them up in her greens, okay? Now, beloved Big Mama, not here no more, okay? And we're getting younger and younger and younger. We got 11-year-old cancer patients right now. Hair done fell out because of chemotherapy. All right? And you got the nerve and the audacity to be saying something about what somebody is doing and how they're living and how they're getting clean, and people who don't suffer from these problems that you're dealing with and that you're seeing be dealt with. Okay? There's a people in the world who don't deal with that. And they're called vegans. And they're called Nazarenes. Okay? Yikes. Yikes. Pay attention. Okay? Certainly in vain made he it. Okay? He made that law, and as quick as he made it, it was gone. Right? The pen of the scribes is in vain. That's whose fault it is. It's the pen of the scribes. They were bought. Okay? They became pagans themselves. They wrote in, right, in the 500 BCE years. They wrote this stuff in our law while we were in Babylonian captivity. We wasn't even in no position to be at home making any laws. Okay? We were up under Nebuchadnezzar and them and dealing with all of that junk. Okay? When this stuff was getting written in our law, and then we come home from Babylonian captivity, and all of this stuff is in our law. And some people fought the best they could. But man, we forget about that. And the word becomes the norm. And now Israel thinks that we've always done this, and we haven't, y'all. They wrote this stuff in our law. And guess what? Christ came, he checked them. He got all of this junk out of our law. Guess who put it back? Paul. Guess who put it back? Paul did. And that's why we have him in Acts 15 denying everything and going back up to Antioch and telling those people, gathering the people together of Antioch and straightening things out, and yay, them rejoicing at James' word because he put all of that stuff back right. But then guess what? They threw James down the stairs, broke both of his legs, right? He underwent that for a while, and then they framed him for real. He was the only person that could pray in the temple. That's how righteous he was. His name was the Just and the Zadik and all of that, right? But they framed him. Much how like you try to frame me and put together all these projections and make me a person who I'm not. Y'all did the same thing to James. But that's what you do with your mouths. You destroy good reputations, right? You destroy men with good reputations because of something that you're after. They did James the same way. They framed him. They got him killed. And they made sure he was dead this second time because they threw him down a 40-foot flight of stairs and broke both of his legs. They only left him alone because they thought he was dead. But that second time, they made sure he was. Okay? And that's Agrippa. And guess who Agrippa is? The uncle of Paul. Okay? The Herods. Okay? Herod is the guy who, when Christ was born, he was sending people after Christ, trying to find Christ so he could kill Christ as a baby. Okay? This is Paul's uncle. And Paul grew up persecuting Christians, right? And I believe on his way to Damascus, he smartened up. And he said, man, I could do more damage from the inside. Let me stop traveling to all of these places, chasing these people down, killing them, and paying bounties with them and all of this stuff. And let me work from the inside and really take them down. And that's got to be what he did. That's what Paul did. And that's who you trust. And Christ told you, don't let nobody step in between me and you and back at you and steal you from me. Christ told you in John 10 not to do this. People are going to be trying to step into the sheepfold between me and you and holler at you. Don't go with them, right? The sheep hear the voice of the shepherd and they will only go with him. So what y'all done did? Went with Paul? Whoa! Who you talking to? You better look at this screen real good and understand who's talking to you right now. Okay? That's what you better do. Okay? Cause this ain't no child's play right here. We not playing checkers over here, buddy. You ain't gonna sell me some bull crap out of some book and I'm gonna eat that? Nah. This is me right here. Jeremiah 8:8. How do you say that you are wise and that the law of the Lord is with you? You can't pass that off on me. Lo, certainly, in vain made he make that pen of the scribes, right? The pen of the scribes is in vain. Now, that's somebody who can hear the Most High in Christ's voice, okay? That's somebody who will follow nobody but Christ, okay? That's somebody who sees somebody pop up in the barn door and say, wait a minute, I don't recognize that shadow right there. And it's Paul saying, come on, guys, come with me. All of the docile sheep get to trotting over there. Not us. We stand back in the cut like, nah, that ain't Christ. That's not Christ. Okay? Yikes. Yikes. Pay attention or you will miss something. I guarantee you. Right? How can you say that you are full of the law and knowledge of God and you didn't know that? How can you say that's you when you missed this? Shut up, man. Shut up and sit down and listen. Okay? Y'all the little homies. Okay? What y'all in y'all late 30s, early 40s? Y'all little homies. Y'all need to be paying attention, not standing up big and bad and trying to direct the G's. Okay? What's the matter with you guys, man? You should be listening. You should be listening. Okay? How will the world look when it's finally full of the knowledge of God? Do you know what it means to be full of the knowledge of God? You think you're going to be cutting goat throats when the world is full of the knowledge of God? All of y'all pay attention. I've been having this conversation with a lot of you men, and you all need to pay attention. When one of y'all catch on, make sure all the rest of them hear it. Because we're going to go to Isaiah 11. Okay? I'm going to visit over there. All right? The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb. That's what it's going to look like when the world is full of the knowledge of God. So how does it look when the world is not full of the knowledge of God? It looked like that wolf is trying to munch on that lamb. That's how it looks. Okay? And the leopard shall lie down with the kid. The kid is a baby goat, right? So that leopard, rah, okay, it's laying down with the baby goat now. It's not trying to attack it. It's not trying to kill it. It's not trying to get it bleeding. It's not trying to shed its blood. It's not trying to do any of that. Right? And the calf of the young lion and the fatling together. Right? And a little child shall lead them all. Okay? A little child should be, they're going to trail all of these ferocious beasts and these more softer beasts, right? That's how it looks when the world is full of the knowledge of God. So what is that telling us? That's telling us that when there's harmony in the earth and the knowledge of God, nothing is trying to kill something else. There's no need, right? 7, and the cow and the bear shall feed. Right? So a cow and the bear is eating the same food. What is that? They're chewing the cud. You see that? Their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like an ox. Okay, the lion eats grass. It's chewing the cud. Okay? Verse 9. They shall not hurt nor destroy. Key words. They shall not hurt nor destroy. If you destroy it, that's dead. If you hurt it, you're not going to die, but you're hurt. But none of this is going down. It's not hurting nothing. It's not destroying nothing. And all his holy mountains. So this is talking about Sinai and all of this stuff, right? And Mount Hermon, and and all of his holy mountain. Okay, for the earth shall be what? Let me light it up for you. Let me light it up for you. This is how it looks when the earth is kapow, full of the knowledge of the Lord. Nothing needs to work. Nothing needs to watch out, right? Because nothing does no ill to its neighbor. So that's the way the Nazarenes are. We don't go to war. Nothing is going to be harmed on our watch. Okay? We're not pulling out to hurt nothing. Okay? Everything is safe with us. Animals, bugs, crickets, everything living is going to keep its life in it when it's around us. You understand that? That's how that's how we'll know the earth is full of the knowledge of God. That's how we'll know. Okay, let me turn that red. That's when we'll know. As the waters that cover the sea. Now, it talks about it in the book of Essene as well, where they tell Christ, what's going on at the end of the world, Christ? Christ tells them, what is it that you look at the end of the earth for? They said, Christ said, have you yet figured out things in the beginning? And they looked at him puzzled. And he was like, well, if you figure out the end, then you'll figure out the beginning. No, he said, if you figure out the beginning, then you'll be figuring out the end, because they are alike. And we know the earth starts like that, with water moving across the face of the deep, right? We're going to do that again. What's that water, y'all? It's the Holy Spirit, y'all. Okay? Precept, Habakkuk. Chapter 2, verses 13 through 16. Behold, is it not of the Lord of hosts that the people shall labor in the very fire, and the people shall weary themselves for vanity? Okay? For the earth shall be filled with the knowledge and of the glory of the Lord. There it is again. And what? Where's that water at? Right there. As the waters cover the face of the deep. 15. Woe unto him. Okay? Woe unto him that give his neighbor drink, that putteth thy bottle to him, and maketh him drunken also, that thou mayest look on their nakedness. Woe unto him that made his neighbor drunk so that he could see him naked. Right? 16. For thou art filled with the shame for glory. So you took your glory, turned it in for shame. Why? Because of strong drink. That's how. Drink thou also, and let thy foreskin be uncovered. The cup of the Lord's right hand shall be turned unto thee. So the Most High gonna be mad. He gonna turn wrath onto you. Right? Kill you? No. Just turn wrath onto you. You know, teach you a lesson. For what? For running around. Shameful spewing shall be on thy glory. Okay? It was glory 1 minute, the next minute you was spewing shameful spew onto your whole reputation, right? Another reason why Nazarenes don't drink. Another reason why they don't drink. You see that? They don't do it. They water their stuff down majorly. Okay? They put so much water in it, it turns back into grape juice. Okay? Psalm 98 and 2 through 3. Okay? The Lord has made known his salvation. His righteousness has he opened, shewed in the sight of the heathen. Okay? How he's going to do that, fam? Right? They taught you everything you knew. You can't eat a beast better than them. They like it with blood running down the side of their face when they bite into their meat. You can't lead them in that. Right? The Lord has known his salvation. His righteousness has he opened, shewed in the sight of the heathen. Okay? When do they see that? When we straighten up. When we live to these old ages. And when we're eating clean. They don't know that they could eat like this and stay alive. They're taught that you better eat some meat or you're going to die. We're showing them now that that's not true. Okay? You can live. You need things like quinoa and chickpeas and, lentils and different things, and you can get the last 9 structures, protein structures from this food, right? They don't know that. They're following us and learning that, right? 3, he has remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. Why? Okay. Why Israel? Because that's where the Nazarenes are made from. Okay, that's who he's picking from. We start out regular old Israelites. But if it be his will and we graduate to this higher knowledge, right? Then we become Nazarenes out of the Israelite stock. But it was Israelites that went to sleep, y'all, in that valley, died. So when it's time to wake up, what you gonna do? Wake up an Israelite? Or you gonna sow to the spirit? When you sow to the spirit, you're becoming a Nazarene, fam. Oh, man. Have you ever heard of a Nazarene? Right? All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of God. Right? When? When they see us stand up and become who we're going to be. Right? When? How? How are they going to see that? If you're doing the same thing that the heathens are doing. Okay? How? Where else are they going to see this? It ain't by no way that we've already been living. Some things gotta change. And that's what was shown to me in my near-death experience. I woke back up like this. Okay? And I knew I had to get to that earth, wind, water, air, vegetation, dirt, sunlight. Okay? I woke up like that. All right? Yes. Micah 4:2-4. And many nations shall come and say, come, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, right? Into the house of God, right? The house of the God of Jacob. Okay? That's this Nazarene life, fam. Okay? And he will teach us of his ways. They taught you these ways that you know right now. Okay? And we will walk in his paths. For the law shall go forth of Zion. It already went forth, right? Wrong. Jeremiah 8:8 went forth. Now they're going to understand again the original law, the law of life, y'all. That's the real Most High, where nothing gets killed, where everything is safe. That's what they're going to come looking for. Okay? That's the law of life, fam. The Most High is all life, no death. Okay? Anti-death. Yikes. Okay? And we shall walk in his path, for the law shall go forth from Zion, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. Okay? Jerusalem is a people, not a place. Wherever we are, you're looking at Jerusalem. We've lived everywhere. We've been everywhere. Where we have not been is that land that they call Jerusalem, that physical place. That place has been a heap for thousands of years. Okay? Jerusalem is not a place, it's a people. Okay? Verse 3, and he shall judge among many people, right? And rebuke strong nations afar off. And they shall beat their swords in the plowshares. Why? Because we're not about any war. That's the Nazarenes, y'all. Okay? They're going to ruin all of their weapons. They're going to spend 7 years doing it, right? And their spears and pruning hooks, nation shall not lift up a sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Nazarenes don't do that. The 12 tribes, they'll take you to war, and it was error every time, right? But they shall sit every man under his vine and under his what? Fig tree. No, they're going to be chopping the cow's throat. Look at that. The vine, y'all, and the fig tree. They're eating fruit, y'all. They're eating fruit and vegetation. Okay? That's a Nazarene, folks. I'm sorry. Okay? But I'm not sorry. Okay? And none shall make them afraid. Why? Because we don't go to war. Right? So, when we don't go to war, we've had this problem with the earth where they want to just rip us a new one, right? Always. They understand that we're not war torn. And when they see that, they attack us. Right? So we be kind of deep down, we be hoping they don't do us like that, right? We be hoping they don't choose violence with us because we're not a violent people, right? We're not a violent people. But on this day right here, none shall make us afraid. We're not going to want to do any war. And the Most High is going to make sure that we don't have to. Right? None shall make us afraid. Okay? For the mouth of the Lord of hosts has spoken that. Period. Okay? Why else will we destroy these weapons? Okay? For all of y'all thinking that it's cool to be cutting trees out of forests and stuff. This one's for y'all. Right? And for y'all who don't think a tree is our brother. Ezekiel 39 and 8 through 10. Behold, it is come and it is done, saith the Lord God. This is the day whereof I have spoken. What day? What day have you spoken of, Father? Let's turn that red. Okay? He's talking about the day when the knowledge of God shall be prevalent in the earth. Okay? The reason why we're reading these precepts, right? Verse 9. And they that dwell in the cities of Israel shall go. Right? This ain't happened yet. And shall set on fire and burn the weapons. Right? Both the shields and the bucklers, the bows and the arrows, and the hand staffs, and the spears. And they shall burn them with fire for 7 years. Right? Verse 10. So that they shall take no more wood. So that they shall take no more wood out of the field, neither cut down any out of the forest. You're killing trees. So the Father is mad about the trees too. You're going to stop that. You're going to stop doing that. You're going to stop cutting anything out of the forest. Okay? And this is also the book of Essene, the gospel of peace, that tells us about this. Okay, this forest, this tree forest portion. Okay, for they shall burn the weapons with fire. So if all of this stuff you're doing is so righteous, then why does it have to stop? Okay, pay attention. Why does it have to stop if it's nothing wrong with it? Okay, you ain't gonna be able to do this stuff in Christ's presence. He's not going for it. Okay, all right. And they shall spoil those that spoiled them. The Father gonna give them trees revenge. Okay, and they shall rob those that rob them, saith the Lord God. So unauthenticity, right, can admit my faults. I never had no problem with that, right? I never asked anybody why you gotta bring nothing up, right? Now this is just plain old projection, okay? Making men guilty of the progression that happened nowhere but in your own personal accusatory mind. Where do we go for that? Titus 1 and 5. Okay? Another one of Paul's minions quotes. So this is proof that they know about this, right? So they know exactly what they're doing with this stuff when they allow it to wind up in their records. This is showing that they know what they was into, right? They know how to run the play. They know how to do this, okay? Titus 1:15, unto the pure all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. But even their minds and conscience is defiled. And that's what he's doing. He's dumping all his thoughts off on me and things that are not my character. Okay? He's called me a liar. I would never jump in front of this camera and run a play of something that I know is not the truth. That would kill me. Okay? I would rather just die before I do that. Okay? I just proved that these are not my words. Okay? I took y'all through the records, right? I'm not pulling them from out of left field somewhere. I just showed y'all sources all back here. A lot of them was from out of the KJV where he said, I'm not sticking to the script. Okay? Right? Yes. Oh, man, we're going to go into it. We're going to go deeper into it. Okay? We're going to go deeper. We're going to go deeper into it. He called it a retro bait mine. No, it's a repro bait mine. Paul talks about that, so we know he knows full well what he's saying. Let's prove him right and wrong. Okay? Romans 1:28. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, okay? So because they didn't want to fly right by God and keep his knowledge, which Paul didn't, y'all, we got him being told of James. We went there in Acts 15. We got him being told of James what to stop teaching. And he said he would. And we saw him relay that message to his churches in Antioch. And then we got him still teaching the other stuff again, right? So he's the one that didn't like to retain God in his knowledge, right? God gave them over to a reprobate mind. Okay? What is reprobate? To do those things which are not convenient. Okay, 29. Being filled with what? Unrighteousness. That's the reprobate mind. Fornication. All of the things Paul taught were cool, right? Don't let nobody forbid you to marry, right? Lay down with whoever you want. That's what he was saying. Okay? Wickedness. Covetousness. Oh, you want that? Go on and have that. Paul is talking about his own ways, y'all. Maliciousness. Okay? And that video was malicious, fam. Get me back on Instagram. Get me back on Instagram. My fault, y'all. Almost through it. Almost through it. Almost through there. Maliciousness. Full of envy. Murder. He did that, y'all. He did all of these acts after he was supposed to be repented. Okay? After he was repentant. Debate. He wanted to debate with them. They didn't want to debate with him. All of these records of acts. He's going in. Right? The disciples wasn't talking like that, doing that with him. He was doing that all by himself, y'all. Much like this guy, you know, attacking me. I didn't say nothing about JJ, y'all. I was minding my business over here. I got off alive last night, and he had a whole situation queued up over there with me, drummed up over there, talking a whole bunch of his mess. These are Paul's ways, fam. Deceit. He did a lot of deceiving y'all in that video. And Paul did a lot of deceiving y'all in his records. Y'all see this? Whisperers, backbiters. I didn't know he had a problem with me, but I bet you somebody did know. Somebody knew how he was feeling about me before I knew how he felt. Right? Facts. Right? Backbiters, y'all. Haters of God. They hate God. You know? They want to pass it off as somehow they're in the corner with God. You know? But they're not willing to give up anything for him. And that's why they can't hear. That's why they can't hear, fam. That's why as soon as they hear something about what's being expected of them from this carnivore, from this meat, they just go haywire. You know? And that's all I done. You know? But he had to put it out there that I think people are filth because they eat meat. He don't know my family just got on board. So what, I thought my family was filth? You know? That's crazy, fam. Despitefulness. He wanted to despite me. Okay? I involved him. I put him in videos. I let y'all see him preaching. Right? I did things like that. You know? I did things like that, but he gonna spit that back in your face though, right? Cold-hearted, y'all. Despiteful, okay? And what? Proud. Tell me if this is proud right here. Pumpkin seeds, right? Some pumpkin seeds. Check this out. Tell me if this is prideful. Okay? So you You never needed something that I needed. So that make you better than me, right? That's a divided situation, right? That makes you one way. Makes me another way, right? Listen, y'all.
I was all for.
Look at that. He's enjoying himself, y'all. Wrecking the brother, crashing the brother, y'all. Wrecking the brother and crashing the brother. That he like that. Look.
Okay, you got to go outside to believe what you believe because you want to have something different. You want to be different. You want to be different. Now, I never needed that. I was always different.
So you could be different, but I can't. I'm all kind of bad and wrong and no good. Because according to you, I want to be different. I don't get to be different, though. Because I'm not you. You were always different, right? Y'all see that, fam? Y'all see that double standard? That's crazy. Right? Listen.
I was always different. And I was always just like this, full of love and authenticity. And can't nobody tell you nothing different.
If they try to tell you something different, you're just going to overtalk them and railroad the conversation. Right?
Nobody that would pull up a video or pull up a phone call or put me on blast. Nobody, you can't do that. Pharisees are scared that you're going to pull their card because they know they're not.
I'm not the Pharisee. I don't even follow Paul. That's the ultimate Pharisee is Paul. We caught Paul. We're not following behind Paul. We are not the Pharisees. Watch.
Authentic. That's why they don't like brothers and sisters like me. I'm looking for brothers and sisters like me in the spirit.
What spirit is that? What spirit is that?
Because they know they're not authentic. That's why they don't like brothers and sisters like me.
They don't like brothers and sisters like you because your mouth is too big. Okay? You never shut up. And you're jockeying for a position. You got so much to prove. And it's like, bruh, just chill. Just hang out. When people come to see you, it's not no contest. It's not a popularity contest. It's not a contest where we want to see you plead your case. You're not on trial. You was already cool. You was already a cool brother. But you overdo it with your mouth. You need to shut up. Learn how to shut up and sit down and stop being so loud. Okay? These guys with so much to say, they're trying to cover up insecurities. I'm not that way. I'm quiet somewhere in the corner. Ask anybody. right? I'm quiet in the corner somewhere. You won't even know I'm there. I'm observing. You know? And that's what people are cool with. And if they're not, then cool. You know? Y'all be loud. Y'all be loud and jockey for the position. Play the big bad wolf. Get people to believe in your words forcibly. But us quiet people, we don't really deal too much with that. Right? It's not what we're into. My fault, y'all. Get me some blueberry juice, y'all. Need my flavonoids. Get my flavonoids going. I've been eating I've been eating pumpkin seeds all day. Need to give me some real food. Give me a real meal going. You know? Bless brother JJ though, man. Right? I don't know why he did me like that, man. Right? Ah, man. But they're proud. What else the book say? Right? They are proud. They are boasters. Know y'all hear all that boasting he done. Right? Inventors of evil things. He didn't need no help. It didn't need to be true or nothing. Right? That's inventors of evil things. Came out of his own mind. Right? Disobedient to parents. I don't know about that. Never seen him with his parents. You know, I don't know what to say about that, but 31, without understanding. I know he went off and riffed on me and, right, told me how I was fake and false and lying. And no, you just don't understand. Wasn't trying to understand. Wasn't trying to get the facts, right? Without understanding. Covenant breakers, right? Nothing happened. He kicked in the door on some posts I had going on. Went off on me. Joined the other people that was going off on me. Telling me I'm off. Why? Because I'm saying you can't eat meat. You shouldn't have never been eating it. Same thing I just proved to y'all. Okay? Same stuff. Okay? Without natural affection. Implaceable. Can't be placed anywhere. Wherever you're going to put them at, they're going to have a problem. Right? Unmerciful. You didn't see no mercy in front of that screen when they went off on me, right? 32, who knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit such things are worthy of death. You should die for that, right? Not only do the same, but guess what? Have pleasure in others who do them. So they don't know how to tell you, man, be blessed, you know? Whatever you choose to do is all right with me. Nah, whatever you believe in things like this, make them your enemy and puts them way up here. Put you way down there, right? They start speaking in ways of separation. Nothing separates me from you, y'all. I don't care what I know. I don't care what you know. I am you. You are me. Right? Either I used to be where you're at, or you was where I am. We the same person, just on different parts of the route, right? But we all got to walk this same line. And I could look at you and wherever you're at in the path, and I can relate. Okay? He said something about sticking to the script. That's where we're going next. Who made the script? I wonder if he even knows who made the script. And if he knew who made the script, would he still represent it the same? Okay? Let's talk about what's in that script. Let's talk about what's in that Bible. We want to talk about it, right? Account number 1. Because he holds the Bible up like this. Like I don't know what's in it. Acts 9, 3 through 8. And as he journeyed, talking about Paul, he came near Damascus. He coming down on the city of Damascus. He getting ready to go in it, right? Paul, y'all. And suddenly, there shined round about him a light from heaven. This is his conversion, y'all. This is when he meets Christ. Okay? 4, and he fell on the earth and heard a voice saying unto him, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? Okay? Supposed to have been Christ speaking to him. Okay? Christ is approaching Paul. 5, and he said, Who art thou, Lord? And the Lord said, I am Jesus, whom you persecutest. It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. 6, and he trembled and astonished, said, Lord, what wilt thou have me do? And the Lord said unto him, Arise and go into the city, go into Damascus, right? And it shall be told thee what thou must do. Get up, take yourself into Damascus. I'll speak to you further. I'll tell you what I need you to do. Christ speaking to Paul and converting him, right? 7, and the men who journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man. 8, and Saul arose from the earth, and when his eyes were opened, he saw no man. But they led him by the hand and brought him into Damascus. So that's the first story he tells about his conversion, right? He seen a light, he fell to the ground, he lost his sight. He heard he heard a voice. He heard a voice. He was told to continue to Damascus. He was told he would receive further instruction when he got to Damascus. The men with him heard things but saw nothing. That's one account. So account number 2. What script are we sticking to exactly? Because something else happens here. Look. Acts 22 and 6 through 11. And it came to pass. Okay, Paul telling the same story again. From Acts 9 to Acts 22. So it's only a couple chapters down. Okay, this is the same book of Acts, right? And it came to pass that as I made my journey, Paul telling the story again, and was come nigh unto Damascus about noon. Suddenly there shone from heaven a great light round about me. 7, and I fell to the ground, and I heard a voice saying unto me, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? 8, and I answered, Who art thou, Lord? And he said unto me, I am Jesus of Nazareth, okay, whom thou persecutest. And they that were with me saw indeed the light and were afraid, but they heard not the voice of him that spake to me. Okay? 10, and I said, What shall I do, Lord? And the Lord said unto me, Arise and go into Damascus, And there it shall be told thee all the things which are appointed for thee to do. So again, he sent him into Damascus, told him his instructions will be waiting for him there, right? 11, and when I could not see for the glory of that light, being led by the hand of them that were with me, I came into Damascus. So they didn't see no light, because how could they help him if they saw the light and was blinded too? So you see that? Paul seen the light. He fell to the ground. He lost his sight. He heard a voice. Okay? He was told to continue to Damascus again. He was told he would receive further instructions at Damascus. And the men who was with him saw things this time, but heard nothing. Last time, they saw nothing, but they heard things. Okay? So both of these cannot be true. It had to be either one or the other one, or you're lying. You're lying, Paul. Paul is lying to us about his conversion, fam. Oh, man. If it happened one way, then it'll happen one way all 3 times where he brings it up. But no, vital, okay? Vital details are changing, y'all. He's lying. He's lying, y'all. Okay? Account number 3. Acts 26 and 13 through 18. At midday, O king, I saw in the way of light from heaven, above the brightness of the sun, okay, shining round about me and them which journeyed with me. Okay? And when we were all fallen to the earth, so they all fell this time, right? What are you talking about, Paul? I heard a voice speaking unto me and saying in the Hebrew tongue, Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me? It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Okay? 15. And I said, who art thou, Lord? And he said, I am Jesus whom thou persecutest. 16. But rise and stand upon thy feet, for I have appeared unto thee for this purpose, to make thee a minister and a witness both to these things which thou hast seen, and of those things in which I will appear unto thee. Right? So he gives him, he didn't have him going to Damascus. He gives him his assignment immediately right there, right? 17, delivering these from the people and from the Gentiles, unto whom now I send thee. Okay? 18, to open their eyes and to turn them from darkness to light and from the power of Satan unto God. Forgiveness of sins and inheritance among them which are sanctified by faith that is in me. Okay? So he gives him the job of the Gentiles. But I want to go somewhere first before we go believing that. I want to go to Matthew 28:19. I'm going to go to Matthew 28:19. Because Christ, he already gives the disciples this task. He didn't need 30 years later to give this task to know Paul. Matter of fact, nowhere is he even mentioned knowing Paul or anything like this, right? Anywhere. But he gives the disciples this job, right? Go ye therefore and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. So what are you talking about, Paul? Now let's go to the stats, okay? Paul seen the light. He fell to the ground. He lost sight. He heard a voice. He was told not to go into Damascus. He received his instructions on the spot, okay? The men fell with him and seen everything and heard everything. So who came to help them out of that desert? Because in every story, when they saw the light, they needed help, okay? Paul needed help, blinded, right, to be escorted, right? And they have Ananias praying over him and getting him his sight back within 1 hour on one of them stories. So you ain't gonna just get up and walk that off. So if all of them seen this light, who came and got them out the forest? Because they didn't even, according to this, they didn't even go into Damascus after that. They beeline. He got the information and the assignment on the spot. So what's going on here, y'all? Stick to the script. That's the script. That's the script you sticking to, right? How authentic is this? How authentic is this? Check this out. 1 Corinthians 9:22. Since you so authentic, right? For though we're gonna go 19. We're gonna go 19 to how far are we going down? To 23. To 23. Since you so authentic, right? For though I be free from all men, yet have I made myself servant unto all, that I might gain the more. That sounds very authentic to me. I'm going to be everybody. So that I can appeal to everybody, right? That sounds like the fake person he was talking about in his life, right? The person that has to be shaped by the people around him, right? And to be accepted. That's exactly what Paul is talking about here. So this the script you sticking to, right? Yet have I made myself servant unto all, that I might gain the more. 20. And unto the Jews I became as a Jew, that I might gain the Jews. To them that are under the law, right? So I'm a Jew, but I'm acting like I'm a Jew just so I could stay under law and respect the people that are under law. right? That I might gain them that are under law. So I'm fronting to be under the law when I'm around people that are under the law. 21, to them that are without law, as without law. So this is why he's telling you in Galatians 1 and 2 to go on ahead and eat those sacrifices, right? Those sacrifices unto idols. He's saying go ahead and eat that, right? To them that are without law, as without law, being not without law to God, but under the law to Christ. There is no difference from the Most High to Christ. They're both saying keep the law, okay? So if you're wondering where they getting the picture at, that you can act like because you're following Christ that you don't got to keep the law, you're looking at where that idea comes from, okay? Paul, y'all, that I might gain them that are without law. 22, to the weak became I weak. Who is he calling weak? The vegans, okay? He called us weak. He called the people who don't eat meat weak. When there is nothing weak about this life, and when you try to do it, you're going to know it takes some strength to adhere to. You ain't going to just think you're going to go vegan and the rest of the flesh eating is over. You're going to do some backsliding. You might have to do some crying too, right? You might have to get in the bed and sweat and shake it out like Pookie on New Jack City, right? A few times before you actually quit eating flesh, y'all. It ain't as easy as you think to stop eating it, okay? I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one people who it's not for. It's not for the weak, okay? It's not for the weak. That I might gain the weak. I am made all things to all men that I might by all means save some. So he's being everything for everybody, right? 23. And this I do for the gospel's sake, that I might be partaker thereof with you. So I'll be whatever I gotta be. Whatever you are, I'm a front like I'm that. You know, so that's somebody running around faking, fam. So what script are we sticking to exactly? Galatians 1 and 11 through 12. But I certify you, okay? He makes you certified, right? To do what, brethren? That the gospel which was preached to me, with the gospel that was preached of me, is not after man. So who put you down? Who put you down? Because according to saying number 12 in the Gospel of Thomas, it has to be James. If it's not James, then you're not official, period. In the discussion, okay? 12, for I neither received it of man, neither was I taught it. Well, you got to learn this discipleship. You got to learn this. You got to be taught this from James. Okay? But by the revelation of Jesus Christ. Okay, so when you start running down what Christ taught you, then it better line up with what he taught everybody else. Right? And he divided it into two. Like there was something that Christ taught when he was alive. But he's saying that what he was taught by the dead Christ. So when Christ died, Christ got this, right? Christ came with this other doctrine and taught him, right? But he forgets that Christ was risen and walked. Okay? He was risen and walked and seen folks and taught again on his way to go up on the cloud, go up into the sapphire, right? Yes, yes, yes. And Paul forgot about that, fam. He forgot about that part. So nah, you can't just use Christ as you wish to make up no doctrine and say you got it from him. You off with that, Paul. You lying. You lying, brother. Okay? Galatians 1:16 through 18. Let's have the conversation. Right? I don't even got to be involved. Just put your little videos out and clear this up. What's wrong? What script are we sticking to exactly? Because I'm pulling out a lot of scripts right here. They all differ. And they all coming from the same source, Paul. So I need these to make some sense. Right? So I ask again, what script are we sticking to exactly? Galatians 1:16 through 18. To reveal his son in me, that I might preach him among the heathen. Immediately I conferred with flesh and blood. I conferred not with flesh and blood. So you didn't go to the disciples? You didn't go to the apostles with this new doctrine that Christ told you or taught you from the dead? You didn't go talk to nobody, huh? You just went and built churches, right? Yikes. Yikes, fam. This the script y'all sticking to? This what y'all took and rolled with? Y'all took this and rolled with it, right? I conferred not with flesh and blood, he said. 17, neither went I up to Jerusalem to them which were apostles before me. So he's admitting to, oh man, that's game over. That's it. Who is you talking to? Okay? So who stamped you? Why are we reading 80% of your writings in the New Testament? How did they get in here? Who authorized these to go in here? Yikes. That's the billion-dollar question. Neither went I up to Jerusalem. Who are y'all following, fam? Who came to the door of the sheepfold and called you away from Christ as a sheep? Okay? In John 10. Okay? Who climbed up another way and is a thief and a robber? Okay? Who is all of that about? He told you to watch out for the Pharisees. For the Pharisees and scribes and hypocrites. And Paul was all three of those. He was a Pharisee, was a scribe, and he was a hypocrite. And you let him come and dupe you out of everything Christ told you, right? To let no man beguile you of your reward. So what you do, let a man come and beguile you of your reward. You did exactly what Christ told you not to do. But you got something to say to me? I got this right, okay? And I had to have a near-death experience to get it right. Okay, so you want to laugh. You're going to laugh at that, think that's funny. Oh, he's talking about meat. Right? Man, the fool is looking like you right now. Okay? You're the one looking like the fool right now. Yikes. Okay? And no, I'm not calling you no fool. I'm saying you're looking like one. I would like to believe that you're not one. I would like to believe that you guys are every bit of wise as you guys claim to be. And that means you're going to open up your eyes and see things for what I'm telling you they are. Right? I shouldn't have to do too much work for you to catch on and say, oh, he's right. That's true. He's telling the truth. Right? Or are you going to hear what I'm saying and still say, he off. He off. The brother's off, right? Oh, man, it's crazy, y'all. Neither went I up to Jerusalem to them which were apostles before me, but I went to Arabia and returned again unto Damascus. 18. Then after 3 years, I went up to Jerusalem to see Peter. Why are you going to see Peter? Okay. And abode with him for 15 days. Okay. Now we heard him say he was on a parasite journey. You wouldn't need no parasite journey if you knew this. Okay. Essene Gospel of Peace, Book 1, page 4. And his bowels become full of abominable filthiness. I didn't call it filth. This Bible called it filth. And it's not calling the people filth, but that's a filthy parasite doing what? With oozing streams of decay, oozing streams of rot, okay? And it smells bad. You can imagine how bad that smells, right? A oozing stream of decay. Okay, that's from eating flesh, fam. And multitudes now of abominable worms. These are the parasites that you're trying to cleanse out, right? And have their habitation there. This is where they live, in your gut. Okay? Maggots. Okay? Worms. Parasites. And his eyes grow dim. Okay? So your eyes grow dim, fam. You can't see. The light of your eye, what the scriptures say? If the light of his eyes be single, right? And if they be dark, how dark is that darkness? Okay? The KJV is asking you questions about this. Till dark night enshrouds them, your eyes, okay? You ever seen that video of Bone Thugs and Harmony, The Crossroads, when he touch them and their eyes turn black and they die? Okay? And his ears become stopped like the silence of the grave, so it can't hear no more. That's why we're talking to you and it don't make it into your brain, into your head, into your ears, right? Your ears are stopped up like the grave. That's already a form of death, okay? Your ears can't hear, okay? And last of all, shall the erring Son of Man lose his life. So that's the last thing to go, is your actual heartbeat, right? There's your parasite, of which the KJV speaks nothing of, okay? So you're leaning on that KJV, and if it's not in there, you just not gonna get it, right? Well, I guess you ain't gonna get it then, okay? I was lucky, brother. The Most High showed me love and mercy and things like that. And he said, well, I'm not going to take you, but I am going to pull you in here and show you a thing or two. And I need you. And, you know a lot of people and things like that. I know my message is going to go far with you. So let me pull Bronze in here, right? And speak to him and send him back with this message. And he should be able to help a bunch of people alive, right? Page 10, same book, Essene Gospel of Peace, right? And when they baptize themselves, so any sickness you fall down with makes you eligible to go out into nature, into the water, into the sunlight, and baptize, okay? Baptism ain't something you do once, according to the book of the Essenes. It's something that you do. If you get a cold, you should just go out, okay, and camp out on the water, okay, or move somewhere next to it to where you could wake up early every morning when that sun pop out and go dunk yourself in that river. It's going to tell us, right? The angel of water. Is it talking about some angel? Something you worship? No, angel just means messenger. Okay, they carry a message from God. That's what an angel does. It carries a message. So when that sun shines on you and it heals you, you are communing with the angel or the messenger of the sun. Okay, and it can really heal you. And that's what I knew. It was nighttime when I woke up from the sapphire. And if it would have been the sun shining out there, I would have made my way outside. And that was my prayer. Please just make it till tomorrow when that sun pop out. And I knew that if I could get to that sun, I could live. I would be all right. Now, I fought through that night. And I did die again. Okay? It happened to me twice in that night. But I made it to the morning. And it was summertime, end of July. So that sun came out, boy. And it came out hot. And I met it. I was out there. And when I felt that sun hit my skin, I knew I was going to make it. I knew I was going to be all right. I took my shoes off the bottom. I kicked them across the place. And I grounded. And it was a tree out there. And I hung on to it. And it just filled me up with life. And the wind blew. And when I breathed that air in, I relaxed. I knew it. I said, I made it. I did it. I ain't going nowhere, right? But that's the angel of water. And that's what you're getting in. When you get in that water, you dunk yourself. You pop back up out of there. And then you let that hot sun hit your body. Fresh up out that water, okay? Enter their bodies, okay? And from the flowed out all the abominations and uncleanness. Okay, so when you let it out your body, you let it out your mouth, you let it out your nose, you're letting all that sickness out of your body into the water that you're in. You understand that? And that's what I was doing down at Carlsbad Beach. Okay? I was standing in that mud and stepping in that mud. Nothing told me to do this. Okay? I saved my life doing this. So That's why this is very sentimental to me. So when these scriptures came at me, oh man, just tears, y'all. Because I was like, man, the Father spoke to me and he let me know to do this. And what is that? The Holy Spirit. That's the natural spirit that comes with life. And she will guide you. You don't need no book. Okay? You don't need no book. You don't need nobody in your ear all the time telling you something. If it's the Most High's will that nothing happens to you, you just do things. And I did all this, fam. All this stuff we're looking at on this page. These are the angels and the messengers of God, y'all. You think I was worried about this being wrong when I knew it was my lifeline to stand alive? You think I was KJV scared? The KJV locks you away and keeps you afraid of everything. You won't sun gaze. You won't do this. You won't do that. You're scared of everything. You're scared of the air. You think you're worshiping everything, right? Man, I didn't ask none of them questions. I knew I needed these things to survive. Okay? Pay attention. And uncleanness of the past sins. That's what was leaving me, right? And like a fallen mountain stream gushed from their bodies and multitude, okay, of hard and soft abominations. So some of the worms are hard, some of them are soft, right? And the grounds where water flowed was polluted, okay? So they're on this beach shore. And when they rinse this stuff back into the water, that's how they're looking and seeing these worms and stuff and smelling the putrid smell and things like this, you know. And this is what they dealt with, fam. And so great became the stench that none could remain there. They had to leave. That's how bad it smelled. They had to move down the shore, right? And the devils left their bowels in the shape of multitudinousness. What? Worms. It's talking about parasites, y'all. Now, you get me a verse like that out your KJV, I bet you can't do it. I bet you can't do it. I know that KJV forward and back. You can't show me nothing in the KJV I ain't never seen. Okay? That's how I know it ain't in there. It's not in there. You got to come up out of there. Okay? In order to see it. Is what's in there good? Yeah, some good stuff in there. But I'm going to tell you right now, write them sacrifices up out of there and write all of Paul's one-sided accounts up out of there. Okay? Straight up. Now, the rest you could deal with is going to help you, but is it everything? No, it's not everything, and you would be silly to believe that what you have in your hand is the infallible word of God. It is not. Okay? Worms which withered and impotent. Rage after the angel of water had cast them out of the bowels of the sons of men. So it came out of their stomachs, parasites. Okay, and meat, flesh puts them there. Okay, flesh puts them there. Okay, reading some more. Okay, still on page 10, right? And then descended upon them the power of the angel of the sunshine. So that's what's coming next. Okay. when that hot sun shine on them, that's what's going to seal the deal, right? The water went in there, did its thing. Now it's time for the sun to step in and do its thing, right? And they perish there, right? And their desperate witherings, right? Trod underfoot by the angel of the sun, okay? Now the sun came and stomped its foot down on these parasites, and it killed them the rest of the way, right? And all were trembling with terror when they looked upon all these abominations of Satan. So they had it right, the video we watched earlier. It is the body of Satan. Spiritual, okay, whatever it is making it to move, that's the spiritual of the parasite. Now, the body of the parasite, the physical wiggling body, the maggot, right? That body of that maggot is the body of Satan. Okay, this is how he looks. He's a worm. Okay? From which the angel had saved them. And they rendered thanks to God. Wouldn't you thank God? When you spit out and throw up and drop all of these parasites, the one that had you doing all that coughing, wouldn't you be happy if you was able to flush them out of your body? Wouldn't you thank God for that? Right? Who has sent his angels in their deliverance. Same book, page 14. And then they all saw with astonishment and terror that Satan was coming out from his mouth in the shape of an abominable worm. There's that parasite again, right? Straight towards the steaming milk. So if you fast for a couple of days, that worm in you won't be able to resist the smell of warm milk. Okay? Who taught us that? Right here. Yasha. Okay? Jesus. Okay? Took two sharp stones. That's what the guy was talking about, right? That's what the guy was talking about on the cursing meme, right? On the cursing shorts. This is what he was talking about, and this is the book of the Essene Gospel of Peace, right? Christ took two sharp stones in his hands and crushed the head of Satan. 39, including a vivid description of fasting techniques used, in combination with naturally enhanced bioelectric exposure for the removal of giant parasitic tapeworms. There they are again. Now this one is a tapeworm. Flat and big and flat, removal of parasitic influences, was regarded as casting out the influence of Satan, that toxified the body and promote disease. They promote disease. So 9 times out of 10, if you got a disease, then you have a parasite. Okay? That's not me saying that. This is the Essene Gospel of Peace saying this. Okay? Page 15. And the flesh of slain beasts in his body will become his own tomb. So today, it's a slain beast in your body. Tomorrow, your body will become attuned for this thing, right? So your body around this flesh and this meat, it's gonna naturally turn into a coffin for this food that you're eating, right? Because the food is dead. So what you're putting the food in is gonna become dead too. It's only right. It's only natural for that to happen in that order, right? For I tell you truly, he who kills himself. Okay? If you're into death, if you're into killing something, then you're going to reap what you sow. Okay? The Father ain't counting it like, oh, that's just an animal. No, he said if you kill that animal, you're next. Reading on. And whoso eats the flesh of slain beasts eats the body of death. You're eating the body of death. Okay? Today it's the state. Tomorrow it's you. You're making yourself sick, and it's going to take you out. Okay? For in his blood, every drop of their blood turns to poison. Okay? So we can argue, if you want to, about how much a drop of blood is. Because for every drop of their blood that you leave, it's turning a drop of your blood into poison. Okay? So say you eating this steak leaves 10 drops of blood worth with you. Right? So that means you're going to have 20 drops of total blood, dead blood in your body. And imagine if you're having 3 meals of meat per day. How long do you have? If you're eating beef bacon in the morning, a burger for lunch, a roast for dinner, right? You eating 3 meals per day of flesh. Can you imagine that? Yikes, a hot link on day 2. You know, a beef link. A beef link on day 2. That's crazy, fam. Come on, man. Some type of lamb chop for lunch on the second day. Can you imagine this, fam? Yikes. Yikes, fam. Oh, man, you're going to be a sick person on your way out, right? In his breath, their breath to stink. In his flesh, their flesh to boils. Okay? So when your breath is smelling all bad, no matter what you do, that's because you got that meat down in your stomach. It's rotten. Okay? The smell is coming out of your stomach. It's not coming out of your mouth. Okay? And now everybody knows that that's a bad breath. You know? In his flesh, their flesh to boils. You see somebody getting strange sores on their skin and stuff like this. In his bones, their bones to chalk. So you dealing with this bone on bone type thing where you're in pain all the time, your bones hurt, right? That's like having bones of chalk, okay? Oh man, that's painful. It doesn't feel good, okay? And his bowels, their bowels to decay. Your stomach is rotten. You always got this pain in your stomach all the time. You got these ulcers and all of this stuff. That's coming from the flesh consumption, y'all. Okay? In his eyes, their eyes to scale. You ever seen that? People eyes crumbing up, caking up, and stuff like that. You ever seen those dudes that do like this and all kind of crust and stuff is just falling out of their face? That's what that's talking about, y'all. Their eyes to scales. Their eyes is just producing a nasty mucus and things, right? In his ears, their ears to waxy issue. So you're pulling the sugar daddy out the side of your ear. Horrible, y'all. And their death will become his death. Okay, so you had to kill it to eat it, right? Yeah, it's going to be you tomorrow. So all y'all will be made believers. Okay? Oh, how you gonna wish that on us? You wished it on me. Okay? When I told you what I went through and all of that, it meant nothing to you. So, people who are hard-headed, who don't learn from other people's mistakes, they wind up in those mistakes themselves. They wind up in those predicaments their own self, don't they? That's the only other way that you're going to find out. If your ears don't hear and your eyes can't see, then your butt going to find out, right? And that's just the way that goes. So, in a way, your desensitization to my situation, it's going to sneak up and bite you in the butt, you know, because you should have been paying attention. You should have been listening when your brother told you about his situation, right? Instead of just writing it off and laughing it off and calling me crazy and blah, blah. Yeah, we're going to see who crazy when you in the same situation, right? For only in the service of your heavenly Father are your debts of 7 years forgiven in 7 days. And that's why we fast. Okay? Because in every full 24 hours we get in, okay, it wipes off 12 months of sin off of our life. So that's why a lot of y'all's luck has turned for the better, because we drawing back into those years where we were guilty, right? We ain't guilty no more. We're fasting it away. We're knocking down these weeks of fasting, and it's working us back into the years where we've been guilty. You see that? And that's why we doing it. But Satan forgives you nothing, and you must pay him for all. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, foot for a foot, burning for a burning. Whatever you burn up, that's another part that we speak of, right? Whatever you put your food through to cook it, okay, it's going to happen to you too. If you burnt it up, if you boiled it, if you broiled it, if you, right, whatever you did to your food to get it cooked, then that's going to happen to you, okay? I'm about to go raw. I'm going to stop cooking anything. That's my next step. I'm going straight raw, you know? A lot of what I eat now is raw. You know, I don't cook something unless I really have a taste for something. You know? But a wound for a wound, if you wounded your food, then hey, you know, you had to cut your food's throat, and right? A life for a life, a death for a death, for the wages of sin is death. Kill not, neither eat the flesh of your innocent prey, lest you become the slaves of Satan. That part. Okay? And if you're not a believer of that today, then I bet you'll be made a believer of it tomorrow. So you just keep on living. You keep on cruising how you've been cruising, buddy. You're going to be made a believer of everything that this is talking about. And you're going to think directly back about this conversation. And you're going to know that, man, Bronze told me about this. This is everything Bronze was talking about that night. Right? Also, page 15, but flesh and the blood which quickens it shall ye not eat. Right? And surely your spurting blood will I require. Your blood wherein is your soul. I will require all slain beasts and the souls of all slain men. Okay, so for every beast we slaughter, he's going to expect to see our slaughter blood. Okay? And that's why I was showing the kill clock. Right? You got to understand that. Because we see this. Especially now. They're showing us these brothers did wrong, ain't it? Oh, man. Somebody coming around the corner with a pistol and spilling brothers' blood. And every time I see that, I think about when an animal's blood was spilled. He's not kidding about this. But the flesh and the blood which quickeneth it, okay, shall ye not eat. And surely your spurting blood, which is what you see on the videos, you're spurting blood, right? Will I require. So the Most High is required. The Most High is requiring your blood to go spurting out of your body the way it's spurting out of these animals, right? Your blood wherein is your soul. I will require all slain beasts at the souls of all slain men. Okay? So is the Most High making this happen? No. But the world has the knowledge of God nowhere. And when the knowledge of God is missing, it's a violent world, right? It's a violent world. So thou shalt not kill. It's not respected. It's not respected. Foods are getting laid down, right? Food sacrificed unto idols. The table of devils. We know that scripture, right? You cannot drink from the cup of the Most High and the cup of devils. You cannot eat at the table of the Most High and the tables of devils. What are they talking about? You can't eat their meals, right? You can't eat what they eat to get full. You cannot eat meals that are sacrificed onto idols. You can't do that. How do you do that? Page 31, let's read it. Tell him always to eat of the table of the earthly mother, who is the Holy Spirit, right? Spread with her gifts. Okay, the fruits of the trees, the grasses of the fields, the milk of the breasts, good for eating. Okay, and the honey of bees. He shall not invoke the power of Satan by eating the flesh of beasts. So you invoke the power of Satan by eating the flesh of beasts. So you don't believe that, or you're going to be made a believer the hard way. Okay? For he who kills his brother. It don't matter what you kill. You're killing your brother. Okay? For he who kills his brother. And whoso eats the flesh of slain beasts eats the body of death. You're eating the body of death. Of course you are. Because you're not eating something that's alive. Right? No, you're eating something that's dead. Let's see what Paul has to say on this. 1 Corinthians chapter 8, okay, from the top. Now, as touching things offered unto idols, we know that we have knowledge, and knowledge puffeth up. He always makes things the worse, right? Knowledge puff up, but charity edifieth. And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing, yet as he ought to know. Oh man, you don't know nothing, right? He's telling you you can't eat meat. He don't know what he's talking about, right? He knows nothing, yet as he ought to know, and that's what's happening, y'all. Don't worry about him, right? Don't worry about these guys who were saying. He says this. Don't let him tell you to abstain from meat. Don't blah, blah. That was Paul. That was his style. Shut up. Eat whatever. Eat whatever you want to eat, right? He thought it was funny. He scoffed at that. He scoffed at somebody telling you to be careful with your diet. Okay? 3, but if any man love God, the same is known of him. Okay? God knows my heart. You know? That's what this is saying. You know if you love God. Don't let somebody tell you whether or not you love God. Of course you love him. Right? Laugh them off and go just, eat a pork chop sandwich. Right? 4, as concerning therefore the eating of those things that are offered in sacrifice unto idols, we know that an idol is nothing in the world. There is no idol. The Most High owns everything. The Most High made it all, right? Why does it matter what I'm eating if the Most High made it all? Listen, y'all, and that there is none other God but one. Okay? So that's the script y'all sticking to, right? When y'all say stick to the script, right? Now you guys are trying to make Paul fit y'all. He don't fit what y'all talking about, fam. All you're doing is wiggling around in this book and making Paul innocent when clearly he's going against these scriptures and he was against this law, fam. And he was saying, eat whatever you want. He was saying, lay with whoever you want to lay with. Okay? We have him telling every story in here. And he told you he was that way. He told you he was with the lawless being lawless. He told you he was with the people of law acting like he was for law. He told you that he was with the people who he called weak. And these were the people that ate herbs. And he was telling you that he was something like them. Right? And he told you he was being like everybody in order to gain the trust of them. Okay? He was being fake. Okay? But these are the words of Christ. Anywhere he was asked, anywhere you ask Christ, this is what Christ said. Revelations 2:14. But I have a few things against thee. This is in the book of Revelations, y'all. This is in the back of the book, y'all. Okay? Revelations mean to reveal something. So if you had it wrong all throughout the book, what it tells you in Revelation was the last words and real deal. Okay? But I have a few things against thee. What do you have against them, Christ? Because thou has there them that hold the doctrine of Balaam. okay, who taught Balak, okay, to cast a stumbling block before the children of Israel. How? How did they cast a stumbling block before Israel? Christ. It's right here. To eat things sacrificed onto idols. It's right here. Right? We know that an idol is nothing. Okay? Now, as for touching things offered unto idols, same situation they're talking about, right? Christ is saying you bet not do it. Paul is saying something else here. Go ahead, go for it. Right? Munch down on those sacrifices, right? It all belongs to the Most High in Christ, right? And to do what? Commit fornication. What you mean, like 1 Timothy 4 says? What you mean, like 1 Corinthians chapter 7 says? Man, he led y'all wrong. Paul led y'all wrong, fam. Okay? Now let's get this dietary once and for all. The dietary, y'all. Let's finally get this one out and get up out of here. Okay? The Lord is coming is what they call this piece. Let's blow this up. Right? Let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's make that a little bit bigger. And let's jump into this dietary. Finally get this one read. Understand this, fam. The Lord is coming. Okay? Watch over your life. No, watch over your death, right? Be careful with your life, y'all. The word life. How do we do that? We watch over the spirit of life that comes from the Father. Okay? We become pro-life and we become anti-death. We stop killing anything. We dedicate our spirit to the spirit of life. That's what we do, and that's what I have done. So anybody who telling you is something wrong with what I have done in dedicating my life to the spirit of life, they must want you to die. Okay? Do not let your lamps burn out, nor your waist be ungirded, but be ready. Stand on guard. Be ready at all times. Never let your guard down. Okay? You can't be affording to follow Paul, okay, in John 10 and get walked away from Christ where you can be devoured as a sheep by wolves. Okay? For you do not know when our Lord is coming. Okay? And gather together frequently, seeking what is necessary for your souls. So, if it's necessary for your soul, you can't be missing it, baby. You got to know what's for you. You got to know what's for your life. You got to know what's going to strengthen your life. You can't be eating some flesh that's going to kill you, that's going to put you in a box, that's going to run up your blood pressure with cortisol and put you in an early grave. Okay? You got to be doing better watching out than that. What is the matter with y'all? Okay? For all your years of faith will count for nothing unless you are perfected in the last days. So you got to be perfected in your last days. Okay? You can't come all of this 90% of the way and then not watch your health in the last days and kick the bucket, because you will. None of your faith matters. None of your stuff matters if you allow your sad diet, which is, right, your standard American diet, or your bad diet, which is your Black American diet, if you get all the way 90% and then allow that stuff to take you out, that'll just be foolish, fam. What a waste that is. Okay? In the last days, false prophets and corrupters will multiply. So, false prophets, y'all, they're prophesying, yeah, but it's false prophecies. They're not going to be worth anything. They're going to do all of this prophesying, and you're still going to die. Okay? You're still going to lose your life. Why? Because they're corrupters. Okay? Something was good, but not on the other side of them. Okay? And they shall multiply. So everywhere you're going to be turning, it's going to be bad advice everywhere. And you're still going to go under. You see that? And the sheep will turn into wolves. You started out as sheep and you just went rogue and you went bad. Now you're out here licking your chops. Okay? Now, who is the sheep, y'all? You started out the sheep. The sheep is docile. The sheep ain't killing nothing. But them wolves now. The wolves are killing everything, y'all. Okay, you're a chomper. You're chomping on all this flesh out here. See that? And love will be turned into hate. Right? So, the brother speaking the L word strong out of his mouth, sitting there, I heard hate, y'all. I hear hate, right? As lawlessness increases, okay, that's your Matthew 24, okay, right? That's your love waxing cold, okay? As lawlessness increases, men will hate and persecute and betray one another. Okay? So they're going to start doing that. Oh, we got some vegans over there. You know, they don't this and that and blah, blah. When the word go out, man, take down all them Nazarenes. Whoever talking Nazarene, let's take them down. And they know you going to be on that flesh, and that renders you a certain type of a soul. Okay? What kind of soul? The same type that Paul was. Okay? Same way they did Paul. That's who you're going to be. Okay? They're going to use you for the same purpose, same way they use Paul. Right? They use Paul to do his own people in. Okay? And betray one another, and then the deceiver of the world will appear as a son of God. Ooh-wee. Okay? And will do signs and wonders. Oh, man, don't get me to where Paul said he was coming to do signs and wonders, and we should have been paying attention to his signs and wonders. Don't make me go there, right? Let's get on up out of here. And the earth will be delivered into his hand. He will commit abominations which have never seen, which have never been seen since the world began. Okay? Now, we got them talking like this. Believe in the book of Timothy. Okay? Then all mankind will come to the fire of testing. All right? And many will fail and perish, but those who endure to the end, faith will be saved. Okay? Wow. Wow, y'all. That's Matthew 24:13, y'all. By him who was accursed. Who was accursed? Christ. Right? Who else was accursed? James. Who accursed them? Paul. Paul said that. Let them be accursed who bring not this doctrine and this gospel. Remember he said that? I'll be dang if this world didn't listen to Paul. And now we're accursed. True story. You can't even say don't eat the meat. You can't even say that out your mouth. The whole world will turn on you if you say that. Even though this meat is killing everybody, everybody's sick, everybody in the hospital, heart attacks are happening everywhere, right? Yikes, right? Then a sign of a voice of a trumpet. And thirdly, the resurrection of the dead. Yet, not of all, but as it was said, the Lord shall come, and all his saints with him. Then shall the world see the Lord coming upon the clouds, right, of heaven, and with power and dominion, and repay each man according to their works. But Paul said it wasn't according to works. Remember that? He said it was according to blood. Okay? And you couldn't earn it. And there was no other way to get it. That's what Paul said. Right? But these are the words of Christ. And he is saying, nah, this thing is by works. Okay? This thing is by works. With justice before all men and the angels. All praises be to the Most High. Took a little longer than I wanted, but hey, all praises be to the Most High. We got to the end of it, right? Glory be to the Most High. I'll catch up with y'all soon. Kapow. Y'all see that? That's a realm, y'all. That's a pocket in space. And guess where it's located? Beneath the Most High's feet. The Most High stands on that, right? That is a perfect work of sapphire, as onto a sapphire stone is what that is. What you're looking at right there, right? Oh, if you see that, if you should lose your flesh and you go drifting into that, let me tell you, right? Exodus 24:10. Let's go there. Let me stop a moment real quick and just give it up to the round, y'all. Let me just show you that reward one time. And they saw, and who saw? Me and all of them other souls that was in that place, right? Let me see if I could do something. I'm gonna just, and they saw, and who saw? All these souls right here. That's made up of souls. Those lights. The further you come out of it by yourself, you turn blue. But the deeper you go in there, that cluster right there in the middle where it's bright, that's still us making that. That solidness, oh, when we come together, we shine like that. See, as we come out, we turn blue. And then we go all the way out. What about the dark areas right here? We're still there, right? That's just a tint or a reflection that we give off. But it souls all throughout that. And then it goes to where you can easily see that there are dots there, right? There's dots. Each of one of them dots is a soul, family. Who made it here? Through love. And they saw the God of Israel. I bet he pops down, you know, because he's right up here. Up there, the next thing you hit is going to be the Most High's realm where he lives, where the Holy Spirit is, right? Where Christ is, where they sit on thrones. right? You know, surrounded by angels. That's where they are up there, right? Yes, yes, right? And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, where? Under his arm, under his feet, as it were a paved work. Where is that at? Kapow. He called that a paved work, right? As a paved work of a sapphire stone. Of a sapphire stone, y'all. That blue, that sapphire. Let's grab us a sapphire stone. Drop it in there too. Grab us a sapphire stone. Oh, there's one. Tell me this don't look like that. Oh my goodness. Check this out. Kapow. Y'all see that? Don't that look like this? You see that white right there? You see that shine that's giving off? What about this part? This light blue. It's right here. You see all that light blue through there? As it gives off the different dimensions that it's showing you from, it turns a lighter blue, right? It turns from a lighter blue all the way to what? It gets dark. What's that dark blue? That dark blue, it's all out here, right? What about that dark stuff? Look at this. That it's almost like a navy blue, right? It looks black, right? You can mistake that for black there. You see that? What is that? That's all this out here. It's all that out there, right? This is like the work of a what? A sapphire stone, y'all. We are not supposed to be talking about this right now. We are not supposed to be talking about this right now, fam. Do you see what the Most High did for us in these last days? Right? What it say? And there was under his feet, as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone. Huh? As it were the body of heaven. Is what? Wait, where are we? As it were the body of heaven. The body, they're people. They're people. Huh? As it were the body of heaven. In his clearness, he revealed this. He's being clear in his clearness. It's a blessing that he grants this, right? This is in his clearness. He's done playing games when he shows you this. When he shows you that, right? As the work of a what? Sapphire stone. He's being what? Totally clear, right? He's revealing so much to you. This is not supposed to be in the earth. We are not supposed to be talking about this. We're supposed to be looking at this scripture, wondering what in the heaven is this talking about, right? What would y'all think if you read? What would we think? That's why you ain't never seen nobody bring this out. We don't know what this is. We do now. All praises to the Most High, whose name is a higher, right? Glory be unto him.